Section 1 of Shadowland, September 1919. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Photoplay by Edwin Markham. Only the movies, I hear you say, watching the crowds at the photoplay? The movies that flash on 1,000 walls, the stories the minstrel sang in the halls, all stories recited to eager ears in the evening hour when the chimney cheers. Only the movies you lightly laugh, only a whirl of the endless chaff. Yet the photoplay unlocks the night, revealing the wonder of stars in flight, or opens the door of the unseen sphere, where the atoms dance in their strange career. Only the movies, and yet for a span, flashes the pageant of earth and man, all of the shapes that are shaken with breath, and taste at last of the wonder of death. The stars and the atoms, and all between, glimmer and go on the magic screen. End of section 1, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 2 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stunning. Shadowland, September 1919. By Various. The Marionette, The Movie of the Past. By Jameson Sewell. Recent efforts to revive interest in the once popular marionettes, efforts which seem to have been made throughout the world during the past 2 or 3 years, bring out the fact that the puppet show was the motion picture of the past. Indeed, marionette entertainments were called motions in the Middle Ages, and the puppet manipulators termed motion makers. Marionettes, tiny puppets moved by strings, unquestionably presaged the motion picture. They were the universal entertainment of all classes. Did not Jeremy Collier call Punch the Don Juan of the people? They were, at best, a crude reproduction of life, but there was something at once comic and grotesque, beautiful and adroit about them. And, above all else, they made, just as the motion picture of today makes, an appeal to the imagination of humanity. They stirred dimly thought dreams, awakened the dull brains of the plodding serf, entertained the alert. About the marionette show there was an atmosphere of the fairy, an illusion of unreality, of a fanciful world apart. And all this went straight to the child heart of the races now long dead, just as the photoplay reaches direct to the folk of our day. During the past theatrical season, Tony Sarg, the artist, presented a season of his marionettes at the Punch and Judy Theater in New York. Mr. Sarg, whose career has been linked with the renaissance of the marionette for years, each season gives a puppet season in New York. This year, Mr. Sarg presented an adaptation of Thackeray's The Rose and the Ring, in a prologue and 3 acts of 8 scenes. There were 16 players, including the wicked King Padea's flirtatious horse, and a lion of no mean, or rather, a decidedly mean, ferocity. That Mr. Sarg's tiny marionettes were able to play for some weeks on Broadway is an interesting commentary on the quaint hold the puppet still has upon humanity. But before discussing the renaissance of the marionette, it is interesting to trace its remarkable history. Centuries-distant historians will be tracing the motion picture probably in much the same way, with one difference. The photoplay will never wane, unless it is before some new device of as yet unfathomed beauty in reflecting the moods of life. The marionette is of distinguished lineage. It amused the ancient Egyptians o' night along the winding Nile, for figures with movable limbs have been found in the tombs of the land of Pharaoh and among the remains of Etruria. The marionette thrived in ancient Greece and thence moved on to Rome. It has been popular for centuries in India, China, and the Far East. Indeed, it may have had its earliest development in India. It is interesting to note that the Sanskrit equivalent of stage manager is Sutradhara, or thread holder. All through Turkey and Mohammedan countries, the puppet show has held sway for ages. In distant Java, it is so popular that women dress as puppets and imitate the movements of the mannequins in silent plays. In Western Europe, the real home of the marionette has been in Italy. It is very likely that it was handed down from the golden days when Rome was mistress of the world. For centuries it developed in Naples, Milan, Rome, and through all the remote provinces. The marionette reached Germany in the 12th century. It was introduced in France by Pierre, sometimes called Jean, Brioche, during the reign of Louis XIV at the Pont Neuf in Paris, where he extracted teeth between performances, and it swept on England in the 17th century. America saw its first marionette shows on the east side of New York, these crude theaters being brought over by Italian immigrants. The marionette theater was used by the Christian Church throughout Europe in the Middle Ages to further the cause of religion. Here, history shows that the Church first attacked the puppet show and then adopted it to its own use, just as the churches of yesterday flayed the photoplay and today are extensively using it. Marionette performances, like the morality dramas of the time, were based upon biblical episodes such as the prodigal son and Jonah and the whale, and upon the lives of the saints. A pamphlet of 1641 still exists to relate. Here a knave in a fool's coat, with the trumpet sounding to a drum beating, invites you to see his puppets. Here a rogue, like a wild woodman, or in an antic shape like an incubus, desires your company to view his motion. Motion being the term then applied to the puppet entertainment. In 1575, Italian impresarios having brought the marionette theatre to England, the Lord Mayor of London issued an order authorizing Italian marionettes to settle in this city and to carry on their strange motions, as in the past and from time immemorial. In 1667, Pepys, in his famous diary, recorded seeing a puppet show. The plays of that day ranged from The Sorrows of Griselda and Dick Whittington to Robin Hood and The Vagaries of Merry Andrew. In 1709, the Tatler gave an article on Powell's noted marionette show, and in 1711, the Spectator reviewed the performance of one Pinkethman, a motion maker whose entertainment presented the divinities of Olympus in action. Pinkethman's name is linked strongly with the British development of the puppet, although he had a strong rival in Crawley, whose show revealed the old creation of the world with addition of Noah's flood. This was particularly dazzling, owing to the fact that Crawley employed real fountains. His advertisement and pamphlets of the day glowingly describe a scene with Noah and his family coming out of the ark, with all the animals 2 by 2, and all the fowls of the air seen in prospect sitting upon trees. Likewise over the ark is the sun rising in a gorgeous manner, moreover a multitude of angels in a double rank. Thus Crawley hit upon the first screen sunset fade out, although he used the sun in reverse form. The Marionette Theatre kept on developing. From sacred things, the puppets began dancing jigs, sarabands, and country dances, aside from presenting the antics of Squire Punch. The great vogue of the Marionette Theatre in Britain was due to the popularity of Punch, and in France to a similar character called Guignol, but just as popular. The Punch and Judy show entertained England for centuries. Punch is an abbreviation of the Italian Punchinello, in turn derived from a word meaning clown, buffoon, or puppet, which is, of course, another angle upon the part Italy played in the evolution of the marionette. Historians profess to believe that Punch dates back to the burlesque actors of old Rome. For a portrait bronze of the famous Roman clowns, Maccus is a duplicate of the comic physiognomy of Punch, hooked nose, nutcracker chin, and all. Towards the end of the 18th century, Flockton's presented 500 figures at work at various trades. Brown's Theatre in Arts, about 1830, revealed the Battle of Trafalgar, Napoleon's army crossing the Alps, and the Marble Palace of St. Petersburg. Literary men of all ages have been fascinated by the marionette, from Ben Jonson, Swift, George Sand, Goethe, and Lessing, down to Maurice Maeterlinck. Voltaire enjoyed the puppet show and used to invite marionette entertainers to his house in Cirey. The Marionette Theatre was a hobby with Goethe, who loved the puppet show all his life. Goethe indeed acknowledges a remarkable indebtedness to the puppet entertainment in that one of the shows suggested Faust to him. Joseph Haydn composed for the marionettes. During the Middle Ages, the marionette approached the photoplay closest when shadow entertainments were given, the shadows of the moving puppets being cast upon a screen. Here, indeed, was the first photoplay, and it was decidedly popular. The Marionette Theatre enjoyed remarkable waves of favor. In 1642, the wave of Puritanism through England caused all theatres, except those showing marionettes, to be closed. Thus, the puppet became the one of reigning vogue in once merry England. There was a remarkable revival of interest in France between 1888 and 1891, when Henri Signoret produced in marionette form such classics as Aristophanes's The Birds and Shakespeare's The Tempest. In Munich, a municipal theatre took up the work and carried it on until the outbreak of the World War. Here the puppets did the plays of Maeterlinck, the comedies of Schnitzler, and the folk plays of Hans Sachs. Every modern device of stagecraft was utilized, even to a miniature revolving stage. Winthrop Ahmes and Clayton Hamilton had perfected plans to bring the Munich marionettes to America in 1914, when the war swept the continent. Probably the Munich theater is now a mere memory. Active interest in the marionette has cropped up here and there in America. Tony Sarg brought his puppets with him from London. Aside from Mr. Sarg, some excellent marionette productions have been staged at the Chicago Little Theater by Maurice Brown. Mr. Sarg first took up the marionette idea when he had his studio in London in the old curiosity shop of Little Nell and Charles Dickens. Here he began giving entertainments for the amusement of his friends. But the idea of reviving the Marionette kept growing. In New York, Mr. Sarg began by giving entertainments in Greenwich Village, and later, aided by Winthrop Alms, he presented entertainments in the Broadway theaters. Now his yearly Marionette engagements are part of every stage season. Mr. Sarg takes an absorbed interest in the Marionette. He considers it particularly significant that the puppet should return to world interest during and after the Great War. It is interesting that the Marionette, which springs from the child heart in humanity, should reassert itself at this time, significant of the way the war has stripped us to the simplicities of life. Mr. Sarg employs a miniature stage upon which he utilizes striking stage effects. His dummies are 3 feet or less in height, and as the scenery is built in proportion, an illusion of far greater size is obtained. If by chance a human hand appears, its seemingly abnormal size is startling. From a loft or scaffolding, hidden behind and above the stage, Mr. Sarg and his marionetteers manipulate the puppets. Each figure is suspended by a number of cords or threads from a short bar of wood. Each character is handled by one person who moves about on the scaffolding with the supporting block of wood in one hand, while he or she gives movement to the strings with the other hand. This is identically the same way that the marionettes of the Middle Ages were handled. Nothing has changed except that the modern marionettes are far more elaborate as to mechanism. Some of the Sarg characters have as many as 24 strings, which, of course, require remarkable dexterity, as well as a delicate sense, upon the part of the puppeteer, of the dramatic and of graceful movement. We watch Thackeray's The Rose in the Ring from the Wings. Mr. Sarg, 2 masculine aides, and 3 young women, the latter in artistic overalls, corduroy tams, and bobbed hair a la Washington Square, moved about the tiny platform, putting Thackeray's famous characters through their mimic romance. The players, when not actively engaged in the drama, were carefully hung like butcher's shop fowl at one side. In each case, the dialogue was spoken by the puppeteer handling the particular mannequin in question. Mr. Sarg confided to us the difficulty of getting able puppeteers. "Women are best because their fingers seem most sensitive," he said, and he related the technical requirements of a marionette scenario. "Long sentences of dialogue are necessary," he explained, "because the spoken words must be long enough to cover the marionette's movement. A short bit of repartee would leave an action half finished. Every movement is conspicuous and must mean something directly attached to the furtherance of the story. And when lines are spoken, the character speaking the lines must be the only marionette in action. Otherwise, confusion would be caused by the audience. Out front, one centers one's interest naturally on the puppet in movement, and instantly connects the dialogue spoken off the stage with this particular character." End of section 2.
Section 3 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Williamson. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various. A Song of Success, by Anne Paul. "How does it feel to be so successful?" I asked Fay Bainter. "It doesn't feel," she said. Therein she gave, unconsciously, the essence of her point of view, the quintessence of her personality. Besides, she said, slathering on Ming-Toy's makeup with that whole-souled energy characteristic of her very word and action. Besides, I don't consider it successful, just having your name on Broadway in electric type. Necessarily, that doesn't mean acting. I don't consider it a success at all. I cannot understand why it is considered such a consummation. I never, literally never, think of that angle of it. This is what I would like to do. I would like to have the leading woman's part in a repertory company of my own. Then, and only then, I should consider myself a star. You don't consider yourself one now? Absolutely not. I want to act, just act. And to do that, I believe that one must take every sort of a part, be able to interpret life in all of its phases, not just a sidelight here and there, a trick or two. That is the reason why I tried musical comedy. I wanted to prove that I could do it, and succeed at it, despite the fact that I can't sing a note and am certainly not the type. I shall never take an Oriental part again. I have made up my mind definitely to do that. I don't care what sort of a part I have, so long as it is different, so long as it is not Oriental. I'm an adventuress, and I admit it. In my profession, I am a rank adventuress. Besides, she gave me one of Ming-Toy's little whimsical smiles. I'm turning gray, she confided, tragically, from wearing those heavy Chinese wigs. Really, it's a serious matter with me. I spend every spare moment in a hairdresser's, being drowned with tonic. We were sitting in Miss Bainter's dressing room at the theater, which is hung in rather a Chinese-patterned chintz, and contains a chaise lounge on which she, for one, never reclines, and numerous taffeta cushions. We were consuming her mid-afternoon habit, a chocolate ice cream soda, and she was receiving. There came a fluctuating but constant stream of visitors to the door, and not one was turned away, and not one went away without being affectionately questioned and exclaimed over and encouraged and made fun of, irrespective. There were old friends and new friends and unknown friends, professional friends and celebrities and otherwise, and to each and every one of them, Phasie, as they almost all of them called her, gave of herself prodigally and without stint. Never once did I hear her say, "I am going to do this," or "I am doing that." The personal pronoun seems to have been self-eliminated from her vocabulary. One friend told of the wedding of a girl they both knew, which was to take place that same night. The conventional fact of a satin wedding gown was alluded to. Fay Bainter was staring into the mirror in front of her, registering the various details with widenings of her merry brown eyes, and little emphatic nods of her tawny, vital young head. She was quite totally oblivious to all save the mental images the recountal was conjuring up for her. Her lips moved almost inaudibly. "And orange blossoms?" she asked, tensely. "And orange blossoms, too. Oh, my!" she finished with a long-drawn-in sigh of rapt contemplation. Would you leave the stage to marry? I asked her. Like this girl is doing. And she's been on the stage for 10 years, too, interpolated the friend who had been avidly recording the nuptial details. Time she did leave, then, said Fay succinctly, as if dismissing the halcyon subject, albeit reluctantly, and then to me. Leave the stage? Why, of course I would. Not for 3 or 4 years, perhaps. But then I shall be quite ready, and without a qualm. You see, I've been on the stage since I was 4 years old, and I'm 25 now, and after you've done that sum in subtraction, you'll see why I'd be ready for something different. After Ming Toy had been called to the footlights, Fay Bainter's sister chatted with me. She won't talk about herself, I said, rather desperately. She's gone with positive enthusiasm into the lives and history of all these other people, but about herself? Facey is always like that, said her sister, and she's just a dear, a perfect dear, too sweet and lovely for anything. She is our papa, we say at home, paying all the bills, making all our plans, running everything, at least financially. Of course, when she's actually at home, we won't allow her to be bothered with anything in the running of the house, but she orders the servants and attends to leasing and the banking and all that sort of thing. She's the very best sort of a papa. We always knew Fay would be famous, although she never seemed to harbor that idea herself. Ever since I can remember, Fay has been the brightest child, the brightest girl in any gathering of people in which she has ever found herself, and popular. She really ought to have a protective barrage to keep her from being over-loved. She's so unspoiled, I remarked, and so full of that misused term, pep. She never thinks of herself at all, her sister said with a little loving reminiscent smile, and she is always just as you have seen her today, just crazy about everything and everyone, and full of interest in the hopes and plans of other people. Various people, at various times, have written learned tomes on the power of personality, on sheer personality, on personality plus, etc., etc. A talk with Fay Bainter is a mere matter of taking these philosophizings in concentrated, palatable form. She is not beautiful, with the beauty of the bisque doll. She has neither a classical nose nor a classical mouth. She hasn't extraordinary eyes, nor a Ziegfeld Follies figure. She isn't sweet 18 or whatever the prescribed age may be. She hasn't adopted any pose. She doesn't carry with her a bag full of mannerisms. She doesn't try to make the best of herself. She is distinct as well as distinctive, merely because she simply and literally cannot help it. She is supremely herself. If she were divested of her superabundant life, if she were to become inanimate, mere clay, one might well imagine passing her by without comment, without surmise. Therefore, she is sheerly personality, triumphing over the little matter of eyes and nose and mouth. One looks at her and knows that she is not beautiful, yet one looks at her and is ready to swear that she is. The main point is that one keeps on looking. She is charm made flesh and blood. She is personality made manifest on Broadway. She is great because she honestly believes that she is not. She is unnatural because she is so completely natural. She is more than human, because she is so intensely, nearly, and dearly human. She is Fay Bainter, and if an interviewer wrote that sentence and then stopped, he or she would have written the first and the last word, the perfect interview. She is Fay Bainter. End of section 3.
Section number 4 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various. An investment in cotton. Way, way back in the 60s, far south of the Mason-Dixie line, there lived a family. Cottons they were, who had to themselves a charming home, a huge plantation, a troop of slaves, and everything. Then came the war, and the young lad, who had known only the environment of luxuriousness, was bereft of all his treasures except his bride. The dainty Mrs. Cotton wanted most seriously to do something to help, but her husband, who had no experience whatsoever in aiding the upkeep of an income, was horrified to have her presume a woman's slightest thought should be devoted to it. So there was nothing left for the little wife to do but settle down in their pretty home. It was very pretty, if more compact, and make it the brightest spot on earth. Years passed, and Houston, I love the way Lucy says it, Houston, in that mellow intonation of hers, grew to look upon the daughters of Mr. and Mrs. Cotton as the three Graces. Amy, always gay and free from doubt or fear, to them was Faith. The youngest girl was Ruth. She was Lady Graciousness. They called her Charity, but when it was the symbol of joy, of outlook, of hope, they turned to the middle-sized Grace, our Lucy. I turned to her now. She was busily absorbed in untying a box which had just come from the modistes, and looked with her parted lips and scintillant eyes, for all the universe, hopeful. "Oh, whatever we are and shall become, there is no argument about it," Lucy sung. "We owe it to Mother. She has been wonderful. Just the right guide and all that a parent should be. That goes far towards making a girl. Mother was not demonstrative, but she was a woman of deeds. Why, the neighbors in Houston, remember Houston? Slow and ever so soft, thought she was crazy to send her children to the opera every week, and always into $5 seats. They could not understand why Mother would much rather stay at home from one of their teas in order to be present while our instructors were at the house coaching us in dancing, dramatic work, and music, so that she could help later when we practiced. You see," with a Lucy Cotton smile, "if I love only the beautiful now, it is because Mother earnestly and very conscientiously reared me in that manner. She never chose for us our literature. She knew that we had been shown what was fine and what was not, would be distasteful. She never commanded us about our recreations, or demanded certain kinds of friends. Her standards she had willed when we were babies to become innate in us. Therefore she knew that we knew, and felt as free." By this time the contents of the box were being held up for supervision. It was white satin, and the lace that trimmed it was exquisite. Lucy was speaking. I recalled my whereabouts and heard, "I am going to be a bride today. Only in the picture, of course. Sunup is its name. And oh, I beg your pardon." She opened the door and came back with a package. Quickly the wrappings were torn off, and a bouquet, colossal, of roses and sweet-smelling ferns was revealed. One long breath, and Lucy, a picture in her fleshness, exclaimed, "Isn't it heavenly to be able to work for people like this? Mr. Bacon is so kind and thorough. We really did not have to use these lovely things, but he would never hear of artificial flowers. Everybody around here is splendid to me. Mr. Earl, the cameraman, has helped tremendously in his advice about makeup, and the director, Mr. Bailey, when I did do anything, well, never hesitated to comment. And when you know that a staff like that is depending upon you to do good work, why, you cannot help but do better. It is a mistake for supervisors not to encourage their subordinates. Evidently all the people under those auspices, the work of Miss Cotton, was performed, never made that mistake. She, from the first, had been told to go on, go ahead, go far. She had it in her, was the slogan. Step by step her course has grown. Slowly, surely, ever so surely. And it all started on the right track, I'd like to believe, because she came from Euston, or because she had been inspired to live up to being Hope, or because Mrs. Cotton wanted most seriously to do something to help. 7 years ago, Lucy and Ruth were brought to New York by their mother. They had had the good fortune to meet Schuyler Ladd, who wanted Miss Daniels, the director of Teachers' College, to have his good fortune and meet them. Miss Daniels was charmed and charming, and knew that her friend Alan Bement, the head of the art classes in the university, would be also. Indeed, Mr. Bement asked the girls to please be kind enough to pose for a portrait that one of his classes was doing. And somehow, some way, it slipped out through the pupils to the ears of Charles Frederick Nagel, the painter, that here had been discovered unusual models. He called on them at the Hargrave Hotel, and it was arranged that they pose for him as Martha and Mary in the phase when Jesus is approaching. It is in the British Museum now, known as the Home in Bethany. Following that, consequently, came to the acquaintanceship with Howard Chandler Christie and Charles Dana Gibson. They sat for them, and also for a head done by Emily Fouche, called A Study in Blue-Gray, which today has its place in a Fifth Avenue gallery. One Sunday morning Lucy awoke to find that Harrison Fisher had declared to a dozen newspapers, illustrating with a photograph, that in Miss Cotton could be decried the ideal Southern beauty type. Erdney Holmes Edwards, the composer, happened to mention, while her maid was within earshot, "I'd like to meet that young girl." And Hadi right about faced and said, "You can. She lives on the floor below. I attend to her suite. Do you want to be introduced?" "It is from Mrs. Edwards," Lucy said as she was being helped into her gown, "that everything I have now had its source. It's funny, isn't it? People warned me that without influence with men I should never get along. And yet all the potent things that ever happened to me came because of such sweethearts as Ariadne. She knew my longing for the stage, the way I had been trained for it, and that the best possible way to begin would be in the chorus. She took me to Ina Clare, who was then at the Park Theatre, making the Quaker Girl a hit. They were only going to play 6 weeks more, but Miss Clare had me placed in the company, and told me to watch her closely, so that if the chance ever presented itself, I could go on as her understudy. I loved what I had to do. I forgot I was in the chorus. I absorbed every mannerism of Miss Clare, and subconsciously memorized her lines. In the wings, Clifton Crawford often was kind enough to show me the dance. Well, the very last week of the performance, Miss Clare was taken ill, and I was called upon. I went through the whole thing in a daze. I couldn't believe that it had happened, that I was there, the Quaker Girl, singing and dancing on Broadway. One more channel opened, like that when we were in Boston, and it was after that performance that Otto Harbach said to me, Some day I should like to write a part for you in one of my plays. And jokes of jokes, here I have been running all season in Up in Mabel's Room, his play. Another coincidence was when Mr. Brady engaged me to be Meg in Little Women, and I went back to Houston and performed in the very theater that I had seen Mr. Brady's wife, Grace George, in a few years ago, and had been so thrilled that it was then my desire, I knew, was to act. Miss Cotton unearthed from out the tissue paper 2 miniature satin pumps. She fingered them lightly as she adjusted orange blossoms in their lace rosettes. Then she continued. Polygamy followed the next season. It was a fortunate experience to be in the same cast as Catherine Emmett, Willard Mack, Ramsay Wallace, Crystal Hearn, Mary Shaw, and Howard Kyle. But that ended too, and I was then placed in Suki, the part I did not care for. Something told me to change, and we should obey our instincts. Instinct is the first prompting we hear. It is the little voice. Argument is the thing that comes on top of that and tries to make us fluctuate. Well, I did not wait for argument. I went direct to Augustus Thomas and explained. He laughed at me for a while. He even asked me if I thought I was a great tragedian. But when I told him I thought he was only joking to ask that of me, he sent me to John Golden, who introduced me to his partner, Winchell Smith, who said he had the part for me, and which for 2 years kept me playing in Turn to the Right. Lucy's charm instantly opens up all the hearts of those with whom she comes in contact. And yet, ultimately, when her triumph does blaze forth, it will be because of being capable. If she develops into our leading American actress, we should also remember that had it been destined otherwise, she could have used her voice in operetta, or twirled herself into the place of premier danseuse. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various. 4 Fame and Fortune Sisters. After examining the thousands of portraits entered in the Fame and Fortune contest conducted during the past year by the Motion Picture Magazine, the Motion Picture Classic, and Shadowland, the judges are slowly approaching a decision. It has been the plan of the contest, which closed July 1, to select 3 or 4 leaders, invite them to come to New York, where tests and experimental films would be made, and then to name the ultimate winner. The 3 magazines would secure an initial motion picture position for the lucky contestant, and unite in giving special publicity for 2 years to the winner. With the tremendous circulation of Shadowland, the classic, and the magazine, this naturally means fame and fortune in every sense of the words. If the initial position secured by the magazines is not productive of immediate success, the publications will secure other opportunities, having thorough faith in the judgment of its famous jury of judges. After months of work and careful elimination, the judges have been able to decide upon 4 of the leaders. This is not a final and definite decision upon the leaders, and the ultimate winner may not be one of these 4 young women, but the probabilities are that the Fame and Fortune winner is on the quartet whose portraits grace these pages. One of the 4 is Pauline Toots Sandell of 127 Kings Highway Park, St. Louis, Missouri. A decided blonde type of beauty, Miss Sandell has blonde hair, dark blue eyes, and is exactly 5 feet 4, weighing 120 pounds. Her age? Since she may win the contest, that must remain a secret. Miss Sandell has had a year's stage experience in vaudeville and musical comedy, and she has posed in an amateur photoplay. She participated in a fashion pageant given on August 3 in St. Louis. Another leader is Helen Lee Worthing of 1073 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts. Miss Worthing, like Miss Sandell, is a blonde beauty. She has dark blue eyes, blonde hair, is 5 feet 6 in height, and weighs 130 pounds. Miss Worthing is a Louisville, Kentucky girl. She appeared briefly in stock as a child, but her experience has really been limited to amateur theatricals. Miss Worthing gave a great deal of her time to war and Red Cross work. She drove her own car on these errands of mercy. While living in Kentucky, Miss Worthing was a member of the famous Louisville Dramatic Club. There is no more promising contestant among the lucky four than Blanche McGarity of 236 Blunt Street, San Antonio, Texas. Miss McGarity comes of a famous family of border pioneers and fighters, and judging from the many varied and striking pictures she has submitted, she has every screen requisite. Indeed, Miss McGarity played a small part in the film The Forfeit. She was born on a Texas ranch, has blue eyes, light golden hair, and is 4 feet 11 3/4 inches tall, weighing 101 pounds. The fourth is Anitha Getwell of 1520 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Miss Getwell has had some motion picture experience in Chicago. She has light brown hair, dark blue eyes, and is 5 feet 6 inches in height. It is interesting to note that all four young women are blondes, and that seemingly all parts of the country contribute equally to the super honor roll list. It is probable the next issue of Shadowland will announce the further findings of the Fame and Fortune judges. The jury of the Fame and Fortune contests numbers such notable screen figures as Mary Pickford, Thomas Ince, Soot DeMille, Maurice Tournier, Commodore J. Stewart Blockton, James Montgomery Flagg, Howard Chandler Christie, Samuel Lumiere, and Eugene V. Brewster. The contest was launched on December 1 and closed at midnight of July 1, running exactly 8 months. During this time, tremendous interest was manifested in the contest in every part of the world, entries coming from as remote spots as the Malay settlements, remote spots of South America, New Zealand, etc. End of Section 5.
Section number 6 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various. Evangeline. Evangeline, told in story form by Alice Lane. There are loves that endure for the lifetime of a kiss, the length of light laughter, the bud and bloom of a rose. There are loves that last and grow stronger when watered by tears. It was springtime in Arcady, rosy spring in the orchards, green spring on the hills, white spring in the hearts of men and maids of Grand Prix. The dim gray gloom of the old church of Our Lady of the Pity was lightened with flashing glances, the sparkle of dark eyes below demure lashes, smiles that darted swift as the swallow's wing. "I love you," said the glances. "And I you," said the smiles. "You are so beautiful. None of the others have hair so soft and dark as yours. You are strong. You are brave. I will love you as no one ever loved before. I will be faithful till the heart of me is dust." "It is God's beautiful way," Father Felician said softly. "There will be need of me at your house before the leaves fall, Benedict Bellefontaine." The two old men stood together in the doorway of the stone church, watching the pairing couples moving down the path. The last of these couples was a girl of flower slimness and sweet young curves, and a youth with the shoulders and thighs of one of the gods that walked the earth before men grew too wise for them. "It is plain to see how it is with them," Benedict sighed. "Since the days when he carried her, a laughing little wench on his back, there has been no one but Gabriel. It is hard to say when she fell in love with him. Rather, she has always been in love with him, though I think they do not know it yet." "They will find out soon, by the look of things," the old priest smiled. "And then there will be a wedding, and afterwards another of God miracles, a home. They call Evangeline in the village the sunshine of St. Eulalie, and she will fill her husband's house with sunshine and, please God, with strong, rosy children who will lay flowers on our graves, brother, in the years to come. A good world, Benedict Bellefontaine, a good world. But the other shook his head doubtfully. There is a shadow over Arcady, he murmured. Strange things are brewing. This morning I thought I heard guns, though it was but a woodpecker's drumming, and the scent of my orchard is bitter like the tang of gunpowder. And all this week past, Gale, the half-witted, has been walking the fields wailing, Woe to Arcady! Woe to Arcady the fair! To him, at least, there seemed no shadow anywhere across the world, only golden light and the strange, piercing pain of birds' mating calls, and themselves suddenly alone under the far, wide sky. They had paused by the gateway that led to the fair acres of the Bellefontaine farm, and had been speaking gaily of the promised yield of grain and the new hatched brood of ducks swimming in the pool beneath the willows, when they grew silent and looked into each other's faces, and tremblingly away. Evangeline, said Gabriel breathlessly. Oh, Evangeline, how beautiful you are! Evangeline! His voice lingered along her name as though it loved it. He leaned across her shoulder, and she felt his great frame shaking, and her hands stole to her soft, low girl bosom. Evangeline, Gabriel said again brokenly. Do you know? The light in her eyes was like stars shining in a deep forest pool. I know, Evangeline nodded. It is strange, Gabriel, but I think I have always known. Still, tell it to me now. I love you, Evangeline. And I love you, Gabriel. You are so beautiful. None of the others have hair so dark and fine and fragrant as yours. You are so strong, mon homme, so brave. I will love you forever and ever. The old fugue of love, the old harmonies of sighs and whispers and broken words with the lilt of laughter running through the old mating song of mankind. The sky was red with sunset when they came, hand in hand, up the lane to Benedict Bellefontaine, smoking his long pipe in the latticed door. The light on their faces was not from the sun. It dazzled his old eyes, bringing the easy tears of the aged. He kissed his daughter's forehead and then Gabriel's. Let it be soon, my children, he told them, smiling. I would see you happy before I die. Before the leaves turn, Gabriel answered, I will have our cottage built. It is early still, there is time for much to be done ere autumn. And he looked down at the girl hungrily, the blood leaping to his brown cheeks as he lifted her face gravely to kiss his. Much may be done in the space of a leaf's life. Aye, you were right, Gabriel, much may be done. Adown the leafy lanes of Arcady goes Gale, the half-wit, keening his prophecy of woe, and the lads make mock of him. But what of those ships that sail ever nearer and nearer over the water toward the Arcadian shores? England had asked from her unwilling subjects an oath of allegiance, had asked and had been refused. What? Promised to take up arms against France, their mother? To strike at the beloved breast that had nourished them? As well ask the men of Arcady to open their veins and drain them of the French blood that flowed warm within. England the arrogant had asked and had been refused. What next? When the thunder rolled over the peaceful valleys in a summer storm, cannon, thought old Benedict Bellefontaine with a heavy heart, and when the lightning pierced the sky with bayonet of flame, the torch, and when the rain beat against the diamonded casement, women's tears. My father is troubled sorely, Evangeline told her lover. Can it be that aught will happen? No, no, he reassured her from his joy. There is nothing wrong that can come into a world as beautiful as this, dear heart. And so, engrossed in their own enchantment, the summer slipped away, and the little cottage that Gabriel was building for their home was almost done. In the great farmhouse of Bellefontaine, Evangeline moved shyly about her tasks, her lips curved always in a little smile, while the hands that smoothed her store of home-woven linen were caressing and tender like a mother's fondling the clothes of her firstborn. And as they worked and dreamed, the storm gathered unseen. Come down, Evangeline, pleaded the lover, standing one morning in early September beneath her window. "You know it is this afternoon that General Winslow has commanded all the men of Grand Prix to come to the church and listen to His Majesty's edict, and it is long to wait for a kiss till this evening." "Father Felician says that it is good for men to learn patience," she reminded him archly. "However," she took a rose from her bosom and kissed it, "you shall have this to solace you till evening. Come home from the meeting with my father, and you shall taste bread of my own making, and a marvellous cake, a very miracle of a cake of white flour and spices and citron that came from the Indies on the last packet." But the cake was never eaten, for at dusk came a white-faced neighbor woman stumbling up the lane and screeching out the dire news. "Our men! They've locked them up in the chapel, and English soldiers guard the doors. We shall never see our men again." Evangeline, white as her kerchief, calmed the frightened handmaids, smiling gallantly with lips from which all colour had drained. "'Tis not likely they will detain them long. Why should they? They have done no wrong. Come, let us take their places for tonight and care for the livestock. Tomorrow will bring happier tidings." But under the light words her heart was sick and cold. "Gabriel," she whispered as she fed the lambs in the sheepfold. "Oh, Gabriel, and I only gave you a rose!" For 5 anxious days, 5 dragging nights, Grand Prix was a widowed village, and the women went about their unfamiliar tasks with stunned looks and eyes wept dry. On the 6th day, Father Felician, whom the English had accepted because of his holy offices, came to the farm of Bellefontaine with a heavy heart, and led Evangeline inside from the curious serving-maids. "My child, God is good and wise, and we must not ask to understand His ways," he told her. "Can you bear ill news?" "I can bear anything except the loss of Gabriel and my father," she answered steadfastly. "Tell me, what has become of them? What is to become of us all?" "The English have decided to take the Orcadians from their land," the old priest said in a voice become feeble within the last week. "They are to be transported on the ships that have lain all summer in the harbor, taken to America and there scattered so that they may never bear arms against England." "The men only?" Her face was wild, and he hastened to reassure her. "No, no, everyone is to go, men and women and children, and their lands are to be seized. It is hard, very hard." His faded eyes rested upon the peaceful landscape before them, the gentle field dotted with grain sheaves, the little town nestling in the dip of the hills. "I had hoped to sleep the long sleep in the soil of Grand Prix, my beloved, but the Lord knows best. We are in the Lord's hands." "So long as it be together," Evangeline spoke calmly. "What does it matter? Any place in the length and breadth of the world, so long as we be together." Father Felician, looking into her luminous face, could not tell her the terror that nagged his soul, the fear that in the confusion and hurry of embarking there might be separations, families torn asunder, heartbreak and suffering. The October morning was gay over Grand Prix, sprinkling the red tiles of the rooftops with a spray of gold, showering the white walls of the houses with leaf shadows. From the chapel issued a file of haggard men who searched the groups of bystanders with wild anxiety, seeking their own among the weeping women and children awed into silence by the strange happenings. Benedict Bellefontaine, walking among the first of the prisoners, gave a great shout of horror. "Look, neighbors!" He pointed a trembling hand. "They are burning our homes. 4 generations of Bellefontaines lived beneath that roof-tree, brought their wives thither, died and were buried from it. Look at it now!" From out the crowd of distraught women, a slender girl figure came running, wound warm white arms about his neck. "Father, where is Gabriel? My poor father, do not look at the flames of our home. We will carry home with us in our hearts, we 3, and rebuild it again in new lands." All along the line, women were casting themselves upon the breasts of their men, and the soldiers, sickened by their task and anxious to get it over quickly, were dragging them away. Everywhere the white face of despair met the eye. Amid their pitiful huddle of household possessions, with the whimpering children dragging at their skirts, they stood, for the most part, strangely silent, like figures in some uneasy dream. "Evangeline!" The call was low, but she heard it with the ears of the soul, and sprang to the side of her lover. He held out his manacled hands to her in a gesture of infinite love and longing. "Dear heart, have courage. I love you always. Remember that, if anything should happen." "And I you, Gabriel," she answered, laying her head against his breast. For the first time it came to her that there was a possibility of separation, but above the panic of her heart she managed a brave smile. "Always, to the last day of my life, and beyond that, I will love you and be faithful to you." He stooped to kiss her, but a guard dragged him away. Their last glimpse of each other was a brave smile, a lifting of the hand. "Goodbye, beloved, for a little while." A little while, a lifetime. Evangeline! Gabriel! The ship that bore the sunshine of Saint Eulalie and her father out of the harbor of Grand Prix, with the smoke from the ruined village blowing across her decks and veiling her desolation in merciful haze, was not that which bore Gabriel. When at last she became convinced of that, she had a moment of black despair, as though a flash of second sight had shown to her what was to come. Then, bravely, she laughed away her fears. "When we reach shore," she told her father almost gaily, "we shall find him waiting. It is foolish to borrow trouble." In the long journey she was the leaven in the sodden hopelessness of the prisoners, comforting those who had been torn from their families, bringing smiles to the pale, frightened faces of the children, courage to the souls of the men. And even when there was no Gabriel waiting at the end of the journey, she did not falter. "It is too soon for him to come. I was foolish to expect it," she said cheerfully. "We will wait here for him." They waited, and the autumn died on a pyre of crimson and golden leaves, and the winter came, but not Gabriel. Something of the sweet roundness was gone from Evangeline's cheeks, but her eyes were bright and tearless. "Come, father," she bade old Benedict Bellefontaine steadfastly. "We will not wait any longer, for it has come to me that Gabriel would not be like to hear of us here. We will go and find him instead. Father Felician has told me that one party of our people went down the river they call the Mississippi. No doubt he was among them, and has tarried to make a home for us, knowing we were coming." So, with staff and a small pack of possessions, they set out on their weary quest, and with the opening of the spring they came to the yellow waters of the river they sought, and there, on its banks, they found familiar faces, neighbors of Arcady, already settled in tiny log homes. "Gabriel and his father, Basil, the blacksmith, left us and went down the river 2 leagues from here," they told Evangeline. "There they have tilled a few acres and built a cabin." That night Evangeline dreamed that she was held in the strong arms of her beloved, and woke with her heart high with hope. In a canoe driven by friendly Indians, they went down the stream, and on the morning of the second day saw smoke ascending to the clear blue sky from the chimney of a rude cabin. Basil, the blacksmith, came to meet them, but Evangeline, looking for Gabriel, scarce saw him. The smith spoke slowly. "It is strange you did not see my son. He left me but yesterday. He goes to the Ozark Mountains by the Indian Trail to trade for furs. I sent him hoping to cure him of grieving for his lost Arcadian happiness." There, in the strange new land, Basil had set up a shrine to the Virgin, the Lady of Sorrows, a rudely carved image of wood. Before it, Evangeline knelt and prayed. "Lady, thou knowest the heart of a woman. Thou hast wept a woman's tears. Lady, watch over my Gabriel in his comings and goings. Lady, comfort him, and tell him that I am faithful." Another spring cast its bridal blush over the land. The petals fell from alien apple blossoms, and they wandered, seeking the missing lover, in tiny hamlet and frontier town. Sometimes there was report of him. Once they came to a cabin where Gabriel had halted only 3 days before, but they never quite caught up with him. Late in the second autumn, word came to them that he had established his lodge in the wilderness 10 leagues up a tributary stream in the country of the Shawnees. Evangeline would have followed at once, but the Indians refused to take a canoe up the stream that was already ice-coated. When at length she reached it, the lodge was deserted, though there were signs that it had been recently occupied. Standing in the place that his feet had so recently trodden, she fought for patience and courage, fought and won. "Something tells me that I shall see you before I die, Gabriel, my dear one," she whispered. "Perhaps it may be soon, but the time will come sometime, and I shall never rest day or night till it comes." Again began her search, no longer gaily, but with the endurance of strong faith, the patience of strong love. Old Benedict Bellefontaine grew feeble as the months passed and became years, and at length closed his eyes on the world that had been so unfriendly. "Give it up, my child," he begged her with his last breath. "Marry some other, and find happiness while you are still young." But Evangeline shook her head. "There is none other but Gabriel," she said, "for me in all the world." Alone she took up her seeking, sometimes in populous places, sometimes following some fugitive clue into the wilderness. Unnoticed youths slipped away, and the dark hair that her lover had kissed grew gray, but her eyes were the eyes of the girl Evangeline. "Have you seen Gabriel, son of Basil the blacksmith?" she would ask of all she met. "He is very tall and straight and handsome, my Gabriel. You could not forget him." She had forgotten that years bring changes. To her it was always the youth Gabriel she sought, the young Gabriel she would find. So in her hopeless search a score of years slipped by, and she came to the city of Philadelphia, where a red disease was raging, filling the streets with wagons piled with dead. Here she became a nurse, and the little figure, slight still but no longer deliciously curved, was seen in the horrors of the pest-house wards and gliding from one sick chamber to another. And at length her search was over, her faith was justified. She had paused by a bedside in one of the hospital wards and gently lifted the sheet from the still form beneath. An old man lay on the pillows, hollow and gray of cheeks, shriveled of frame, dying. This was Gabriel. Gabriel, the stalwart, the brave of Arcadia. Evangeline gazed on the wasted form. Then the room rang to her cry. "Gabriel! Oh, my beloved!" The lids fluttered back from the fast-dimming eyes. He looked up and saw her, knew her. On the threshold of death he halted to whisper her dear name. "Evangeline." As the halting accents died away, she knelt and kissed him solemnly, an old, frail woman kissing an old, wrinkled man. But to her eyes it was the lover of her youth she kissed. To his it was the old Evangeline, beautiful and young. Upon her breast she pillowed his head that had gone unpillowed so long, and so held he slipped out of life, his lips even in death forming her name. Over the lifeless head Evangeline bowed her own. "Father," she whispered, "Father, I thank thee." This is the tale of Evangeline and her love. This is a tale of a love that was patient and brave and strong, and if tears shall fall in the telling, they are not tears of sorrow, but of thankfulness, and we may say with Evangeline, "Father, we thank thee that such things may be." End of section 6.
Section 7 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various. Wild Thrills I Have Met by Ruth Roland. Thrills, expected and unexpected, go hand in hand with the making of screen serials. After months and months of filming thrillers, won't say years and years, it sounds so old and gray-haired, I have decided that there are just two things that really worry me. They're stagecoaches and wild horses that like to topple over backwards. Anyone can guess why I don't care particularly about the horses, but a word or two anent stagecoaches is necessary. Scenario writers aren't satisfied to have stagecoaches move in stately fashion through their scripts. A stagecoach immediately suggests a runaway down a mountainside with high rocks on the right and a precipice on the left. I don't know why they have this effect, but it's true. Even so, I wouldn't worry about the dangerous trail down the mountains if stagecoaches weren't so rickety, and there wasn't the ever-present danger that one of the horses might trip, might get tangled in the harness, and might drag all the other horses out of the trail to oblivion. Something like this happened during the making of Hands Up. One of the horses fell and was trampled to death. The stagecoach began to totter in every direction, and I jumped. Luckily, I escaped uninjured, but we had to make the scene over, with a new horse added to our team. And, speaking of horses, I rode one, blindfolded with no bridle or saddle, in a scene of Hands Up. I carried a hairpin hidden in my hand to jog the animal into action. But Mr. Horse needed no jogging. He ran down the mountain and headed for a drop of some 150 feet. All the players shouted to me, and blindfolded and all, I dropped off. But I didn't escape. The horse kicked me and badly tore the ligaments of one of my legs. I was laid up for 5 weeks. Do you know that when they picked me up, I still clutched my hairpin in my hand? Possibly I get my dislike of wild horses and runaway stagecoaches from an accident that occurred when I was a child. Mother had me out riding as a baby when her horse ran away. I was thrown 30 feet, but when they picked me up, I was uninjured. In fact, I was still clutching a donut I had been eating. Hands Up required a lot of dangerous work. For instance, the Phantom rode a dangerous horse called Rex. If you saw the serial, you will remember that this character wore a long flowing robe. Then, when he was carrying me besides, he was practically at the mercy of his horse. We had an expert cowboy for the task, but he admitted afterwards that, for the first time in his life, he had been plumb scared when he rode Rex with me down the side of a canyon. "Lady, you came mighty near going west," he admitted. Oddly, wild animals never worry me. For the tiger's trail, a scene showing a tiger leaping at me was essential. It was arranged that I stand just inside the door of a cage occupied by one Romeo. I carried a piece of raw meat, and as Mr. Romeo jumped, I dropped the meat, leaped through the cage door, and slammed it safely shut. The camera was placed at such an angle that the meat incident did not register. All this moved safely. But the reverse happened a day or so later with a seemingly safe scene. The story of The Tiger's Trail called for me to be thrown to the lions by 2 huge Negroes, the lions, of course, not being dangerously near. But an unexpected accident happened. The broken, rusty hasp of the cage door stuck out just on a level with my eyes, and the Negroes hurled me straight into it. The director saw my danger just too late. The hasp just missed my eye, tore the skin badly, but luckily I still have my sight. It all goes to show that you simply never can tell. It is odd how contemptuous you get of so-called wild animals. I recall how we started working with 3 African lions in Hands Up. We had huge screens built, behind which the camera was mounted. The director and our cameraman took their posts behind the screens, and everyone sought a safe spot. Before the first day was over, we were all out in the open, and the screens had been torn away. Indeed, some of the property men had to be admonished about kicking one of the lions out of the way. The director still believed in safety first. But there's no such thing as safety first in the making of photoplay serials. Still, I'm writing my own story for my next serial. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Shadowland, September 1919. By Various. Section 8. Prohibition and the Cabaret. By Raymond Reid. New York celebrated the passing of liquor with a number of parties. At one of these, given by H.L. Meter, Annette Moore, above, posed to represent the passing of John Barleycorn. Place me on Sunnian's mat-bled steep, where nothing, save the waves and I, may hear our mutual murmurs sweep. There, swan-like, let me sing and die. A land of slaves shall ne'er be mine. Dash down yon cup of Samian wine. Thus sang Byron, Byron of the prophetic soul, while other poets developed a national feeling and were crowned with laureateships. Byron's protesting temperament sensed far ahead the distress of other lands. His vision, indeed, encompassed America in the year of the big drought. He beheld a shepherd of Texas leading sheep-like senators into the pastures of Prohibition, and voiced a popular indignation with a land of slaves shall ne'er be mine. And then, with true contempt for the abridgment of personal liberty, he advised his followers to dash down the wine. Of course, by dash, Byron meant to drink, though his opponents cling to the belief that he intended the cup of wine to be destroyed violently. He was a true devotee of Bacchus and his fellows, to say nothing of his girl Terpsichore, and so he might be called the Paul Revere of the cabaret. He sounded the warning, and Broadway listened and paid no heed. And now with the eclipse of Bacchus, the cabaret seems doomed. These resorts of the Rialto, these oases upon the desert of monotonous money-grubbing, these places wherein the buyer, the deacon, the broker, the student, the New Yorker with relatives on his hand, the New Yorker with time on his hand, the flapper and the grandmother were regaled with entertainment, the while they paid fancy prices for a hot bird and a cold bottle, have seemingly had their day, or rather their night, and are passing into the limbo of forgotten things along with the plays of yesteryear. The Grand Duke, Nicholas, red light districts, and four jokes. It is too bad for the sentimentalists of Broadway who believed in the permanency of the Great White Way. They, after all, are the ones to suffer most. The cabaret proprietors and cafe managers can easily be absorbed into some other get-rich-quick industry. Perhaps they'll rush into the present bull market of the stock exchange. Perhaps they'll produce plays by Samuel Shipman. Perhaps they will promote prize fights. At all events, with their ingenuity and energy, they will not shed long the idle tear. But the sentimentalists, on the other hand, will groan beneath a mountain of despair. Life for them will not be worth living outside of the locker room of their favorite club. Broadway for them will become the sad, black way. Theirs will become a life of continuous reminiscence of the good old days, when Jack was the center of the universe, when rectors beckoned the happy throng, when Healy and Shanley proved that Irishmen could run enormously profitable restaurants and cabarets, when a host of Parisian-named places brought zest to the town, when the furthermost extension of the lobster belt reached Reisenweber's and the Café des Enfants at Columbus Circle and 59th Street. Most of the cabarets will make, it is safe to say, a brave fight for existence with the aid of soft drinks. But the snap of the fingers will be gone. The jazz spirit will be missing. Without them, no cabaret can hope to live. Certainly the cabaret never exerted an appeal by virtue of its cuisine. It was always the entertainment presented therein that attracted, entertainment that pleased easily because it was provided to the accompaniment of the flowing bowl. A delightful illusion was created, and the patron consequently never indulged in critical analysis. So as long as there was sparkling song, so long as there were pretty women to sing or dance it, and most important, so long as there was the cup that cheers, the patron was satisfied. A fig for the chef and his exorbitantly priced dishes. We didn't come here to eat, said the patron. We came here to put the bar in cabaret. The cabaret, as it is known to Broadway, and the imitations of Broadway throughout the country, is an institution of recent origin. Of course, it had its beginnings in Paris, but it was the continental musical comedy librettists who seized upon it as a subject and popularized it. They gave theatrical life in such pieces as The Merry Widow to the famous Maxims, the Café des Maurats, the Café de la Paix, the Jardin de Paris, the Belle Taverne, the Folies Bergère, and a score of others. And the result was the enterprising American showmen and restaurant proprietors began to dot New York's landscape with cabarets fashioned after the Parisian model. They were quick to see that the 16 Men on a Dead Man's Chest might have been the song sung by Miss E. Hildred above at Mr. Meter's dry air party stage representations of the French resorts intrigued the public. Very well. The public will have the opportunity of patronizing these resorts transplanted to Broadway. Thus there came into existence here Maxims, the Jardin de Paris, the Montmartre, the Belle Taverne, the Café de l'Opéra, the Café de la Paix, the Folies Bergère, and a host of other places with French names. It was at the height of the cabaret craze in 1911 that the last named resort was opened. Under the direction of Jesse Lasky, now the most prominent of the movie magnates, and the late Henry B. Harris, the Folies Bergère was to represent the last word as a Parisian restaurant venue. A special building was constructed wherein tables were arranged about the lower floor and balcony, at which the patrons were served with refreshments while being entertained by a revue and a variety performance. The plan was too revolutionary, however. The Folies Bergère proved a dismal failure, and the building was soon remodeled and renamed the Fulton Theater. Since then, the public has gradually accepted the restaurant review. Until now, the White Lake District is filled with entertainments of this character. Maxim's in 38th Street enjoyed a tremendous vogue, having been opened shortly after The Merry Widow was launched upon its successful career. Visitors to New York who flocked to the musical comedy also had to include Maxims in their plans, otherwise their trip to the metropolis was not complete. Then came a pretentious restaurant on the site of what is now the Brokaw Building. Given the name of the Café de l'Opéra, it introduced a custom whereby only evening clothes were to be worn by its patrons. This custom soon meant an early death to the restaurant, for the would-be patrons rebelled at the restriction and knocked to restaurants where they could wear what they pleased. The cabarets at that time consisted chiefly of girls who danced and sang popular hits of the day, male quartets, and soloists who confined their attention to ballads. Occasionally a couple of eccentric dancers in bizarre costume were introduced. Most of the restaurants in the so-called Lobster Belt, extending from 34th Street to Columbus Circle, took up the vogue, and its popularity spread to all parts of the nation. Visitors to New York eagerly sought the best cabaret in town upon the advice of the hotel clerk, and the business of providing entertainers was one that entailed the introduction of booking agents, who did nothing else but route the performers from restaurant to restaurant. New York, in its characteristic search for novelty, soon grew tired, however, of the cabaret. It needed some other diversion to attract it. It began to appreciate that the entertainment offered was not sufficiently unlike that of the vaudeville and musical comedy shows. The cabaret proprietors, alert to this attitude, looked around for some means to stem the growing tide of indifference, and they hit upon the idea of permitting the public to dance in their restaurants, and to keep the public ever interested, they introduced by means of their performers various dances of grotesque names: the turkey trot, the bunny hug, the grapevine. The public was again conquered. The dance craze, originating in New York, swept over the nation. The restaurants became more popular than ever before. They engaged orchestras especially skilled in ragtime effects, and large spaces were roped off where the patrons might indulge their love of the new steps. A flood of gold poured into the coffers of the cabaret managers. They no longer talked exclusively of gin and beer, but of one-steps and hesitations and this and that dancer. Then one day, with the same suddenness as with which it started, the dance craze ended. The cabarets were forced again to seek some new methods of separating the public and its money. This time they went in for pretentious revues modeled after the musical comedies of the stage. Soon a restaurant began to be known by the revue it offered. Such places as the Palais Royal, the Moulin Rouge, the Strand Roof, and the Prix Catalan sprang into existence, each advertising conspicuously an after-dinner revue. The restaurant revue, growing each day in popularity, began to compete with the musical comedy attractions to such an extent that theatrical producers sought legal redress in the shape of heavy licenses where admission was charged, and prohibited singers and dancers under contract to them from appearing in their revues. Their efforts did not accomplish much, and it was not long before the theatrical producer decided to beat the cabaret man at his own game. Florence Ziegfeld Jr. instituted a midnight revue atop the New Amsterdam, which he termed a frolic. He engaged various well-known artists and a large group of pretty girls, and a performance was given which lasted for a little over an hour, including an intermission during which the public was given the privilege of dancing. The idea caught on at once. New York had become ripe for a typical Parisian restaurant revue. The entertainment was so diverting that tables were reserved far in advance. Being presented at such an hour, refreshments were always in great demand. Dr. Ziegfeld defrayed the cost of his elaborate revue. What is more, his financial reward was so splendid that he opened a revue of similar character at 9 o'clock. Morris Jest followed Mr. Ziegfeld in becoming another theatrical exponent of the Midnight Review, presenting successful shows on the roof of the Century Theater. The cabaret men have not seemingly minded the opposition of the theatrical men. They continued to present their reviews, scouring the vaudeville pastures chiefly for their material and eagerly obtaining the services of ice skaters, experts in jazz dancing and ragtime singing, to woo the easy spenders along the great trail of gaiety. But with the coming of Prohibition, theirs will not be to do or die. Theirs will be to reason why the land of the free should at this late date substitute as its symbol the camel for the eagle. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shadowland, September 1919 by Various. The Height of Indiscretion by Hadi, Barron, and Saxon Cohen. Cast. Narrator read by Larry Wilson.
Effie Letterman, read by Lindsay and Cameron.
Roger, read by Greg Giordano.
Sheila, read by DC.
Therese, read by Winnifred Assmann.
Miss Nevada, read by Lynette Calkins.
Voice 1, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Voice 2, read by Bill Mosley.
Curtain rises to disclose. The library of Miss Reno, Nevada's California bungalow, in the most plutocratic section of the movie colony. All California bungalows in aforesaid colony are palatial. This is, therefore, palatial. Vague shapes show in the semi-darkness. Gate-legged tables, chaise lounges, an occasional slender palm. At the back, casement windows give out onto a moonlit garden of roses, and silhouetted sharply against the white glow from the windows are the figures of a woman and a man locked in a close embrace. The air is hushed and breathless, almost vibrantly waiting. Through the door to the left sound distant strains of dance music. As the curtain rises fully, the two silhouetted faces meet in a kiss. As the kiss gets nicely underway, the doors are flung open and several people appear on the threshold. They start back as they perceive the osculatory pair.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Such an intrusion. So sorry.
The intruders retire, whispering factitiously among themselves. The pair at the window break away from one another in horror.
Good God! Effie Letterman!
Do you suppose she saw us? To recognize us, I mean. Oh, say you don't.
The man does not answer at once, but fumbles about along the wall, stumbling profanely over tables and chairs, and finally locates an electric switch. In the flood of light they are revealed as a piquant, not to say press-agented young woman in an equally piquant evening gown, and a typical movie idol variety of young man. Their eyes meet and fuse in blank despair. With a groan,
This is a bally mess I've got you in for. I ought to be horsewhipped, instead of which I shall probably be stoned. Nice little stinging scorpion stones from nice little stinging tongues. If I could only protect you at my own expense. If only you weren't involved too. Good God, I see now. The woman does pay. But to think that you should have to pay for me. My darling, I simply can't bear it.
Perhaps it won't be so bad as we think. Of course she recognized you. There's no mistaking your inches, nor your shoulders, nor your celebrated profile. But really, I look a great deal like Therese in the darkness. They were even thinking of having her double for me in my last picture. And in the dark...
The dark is right, I'll say. I suppose there isn't much difference, then, between several doses of applied henna and hair like the paleness of minted gold.
Clasping her hands.
Don't, Roger. I can't listen to flattery on the brink of ruin. I've always kept so free of this sort of thing. There's never been a breath to touch me. Oh, don't you suppose she might have taken me for Therese?
I don't know. She sounded so damned pleased. Effie does adore scandal, and she's always been hopeful of it among us. And there never could be much of a scandal about Teresa. She's too promiscuous. Besides, knowing about us, and then...
With another groan pointing to the jeweled ornament in her hair.
Oh, she must have seen that against the moonlight. No use. We're lost.
I'm lost, you mean? A man can live down anything, I tell you. A woman, never. Oh, why did I let you do that, and here of all places? Why can I never resist you? Why does your spell reach out and take hold of me wherever I may be, whatever I may be doing? The scent of those roses is not more powerful to me, not more drugging.
She begins to weep daintily, desperately.
And we've kept people from suspecting for so long.
Taking her hands tenderly.
Sheila, dearest, why do we try to hide it any longer? Don't you love me enough to come out before the whole world and confess our secret? Make a clean breast of it, don't you, my dear?
Shrinking.
But with a married man and a married woman, my dear, the thing simply isn't done. wouldn't go. No, no, we could never live it down. Everyone in our set would snub us.
But there are other places, other people who will look at things differently, who are not so narrow. We might even go away.
With a deuce-like gesture.
Away? After all our struggles to get where we have in our art, after all our struggles to get in socially with the best of this colony, after we have just succeeded, oh, I can't. Don't ask me.
Pacing the floor, consumed with remorse.
I was a cad. I should have thought of you, not of myself, of your reputation rather than my desire. But you're so damnably beautiful in that gown, Sheila. So enticing, so seductive. It doesn't seem fair of you, Sheila, to look like that.
Looking out of the French windows and giving a little convulsive cry.
Hush! Here is Therese coming now. She has been walking in the rose garden. And she's alone too.
That isn't half so incomprehensible as it would be if she wasn't.
No, no, don't you see? She hasn't been with the others. If we could only make them think that it was her you were kissing.
By Jove! But what about the thingamabob?
He points to the jeweled bandeau in her hair.
Leave it to me. Go out there.
She points to a small door to right.
And come back in about 10 minutes.
He exits, and Sheila opens the French casements and calls to someone outside.
Oh, Roger, it's our dance, you naughty, neglectful man.
Therese enters, on the umbrageous side of 30, yet holding on to the coat-tails of youth like grim death. You know the kind. She wears a gown still lower than Sheila's, but without the same effect, which she probably knows. With inscrutable glance, one woman gives another. She loves.
Sorry, dear, it's only me.
Smoothly.
I saw you, and so I assumed Roger was somewhere near. He usually is, you know. My dear, I only wish I had your talent for men. It amounts to positive genius.
Surprised, but willing to be flattered.
Oh, no, now, bien, well.
Indeed it does. Effie Letterman was just saying to me that Gertrude Van Vleck told her that she heard Charlie Coddington tell Saxon Sills that the man who married you would be awfully plucky. That is, of course, I mean lucky. And then a woman's success is known by the number of husbands she has had nowadays. And you've had, how many is it to date, dear?
4, not counting the one I lost naturally. That was Bartwell Bremer. Do you remember him? Poor dear. I can't help but be glad that he passed away before Prohibition came. He was one of the few men I ever saw who could drink 2 Clover Clubs, 3 Manhattans, and a stein of lager at dinner, and still be able to quarrel with the waiter about the amount of the cheque afterwards.
A trifle distrait.
5 husbands of your own that you were married to, I mean, beside all those you weren't. Positively, that is a record.
Patronizingly.
Oh, well, it's all in getting the knack of it. Sometimes it's a bit inconvenient, though. The other day I met a man at a house party who looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place him until we had had quite a nice little flirtation. Then something he said made me think who he was. My second husband, my dear, if you please.
What was it he said?
Quoting.
I say, baby doll, did you know you had a deuced tempting little mouth?
But they all say that. I don't see why that reminded you.
Yawning.
Oh, it wouldn't, except that I got my decree on the strength of that remark. You see, it was the maid he was saying it to the last time. Men have absolutely no imagination, my dear. All of my husbands made love to me in exactly the same words, gave me the identical excuses for being out late, and said precisely the same things on the witness stand. It's only in moving picture leaders that men ever say anything original.
A trifle distrait.
A screen career's a great thing, isn't it? My husband simply adores to see me in the pictures. I'm so silent, he says.
In the distance.
Jada, 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 jin, jin, jin.
Moving toward the door.
I believe they're shimmying. Don't you adore to shimmy? I suppose they...
Desperately.
My dear, I never saw your gown till this minute. There's so little of it. It's a love, a positive man-trap. Those shapeless things just suit your figure. But...
Standing off and contemplating it.
There's something lacking.
Coldly.
That's the style nowadays, my dear, to have just as much lacking as the law allows. The more of the wearer and the less worn. This is what Worth calls the Eve model.
Oh, I didn't mean that, but just a little touch somewhere to make for...
Knowing her woman.
And what a love of a gown. But there's something lacking.
Therese looks suspicious.
Oh, no innuendo, but just a little touch somewhere to make for absolute perfection. Ah!
She appears to have a sudden inspirational thought, takes jeweled ornament from her hair, places it about Therese's head, then with clasped hands of admiration surveys her.
Perfect! Absolutely perfect. I have outstyled Lucille.
But really, dear, this is too kind of you. I don't know. I don't see.
Not another word. Besides, here comes someone.
As Roger enters.
Looking for you, if I'm not very much mistaken. Well, now that the company is here, the crowd will proceed to disperse.
Blows them an arch kiss, shakes a waggish forefinger, goes out laughing, perfunctorily.
Teresa, where the deuce have you been? I've been looking for you all evening.
Pouting in her best ingenue manner.
Oh, have you? I fancied you managed not to see me rather cleverly when I tried to catch your eye after dinner.
Lighting a cigarette.
What an imagination it is.
Continuing to pout.
Positively, you talked exactly like a husband at times. When a man begins to make excuses, a woman may just as well begin to make plans for another man.
Conciliatingly.
By George, you're looking awfully well tonight. There isn't a woman here can touch you, nor a man who doesn't wish he could.
Old stuff, but it still goes strong.
That thingamabob in your hair is just what you need. You ought to wear one always.
Aside.
It attracts the attention away from the face.
I thought you would like it when I bought it. Do you know I always try to think what you would like, Roger?
Archly.
I wonder why that is. It is quite beyond me why I do it.
Manfully doing his duty.
I hope it's because you care what I like. You know, Teresa, and I know, and you know that I know.
Sighing.
Well, let's walk a bit, old thing. Doesn't the scent of roses sort of go to your head in the moonlight?
As they stroll leisurely out.
Rather, I should say.
As they disappear down the aisles of roses, the doors open and several men and women stroll in, among them Effie Letterman and Miss Reno Nevada, all very dernier cri, so to speak.
I tell you, I saw them with my own eyes, kissing, actually kissing. Haven't I seen close-ups of them, sans number? Wouldn't I know?
How vulgar.
Unpardonable. Unpardonable.
Absolutely unpardonable. Completely unpardonable.
It's worse than vulgar. One may be vulgar and get away with it. One may never be provincial.
If it had been that ducky chauffeur, or that ever-recurring extra man with the soulful eyes, or that lamb of a Czechoslav you've adopted for a pet, it would have been too cute. Those things will happen. But Roger? It simply isn't done.
It's too bad, but we shall have to cut them off our lists. C'est tout. We couldn't run the risk of this occurring whenever they're guests together.
And then, think of our public. Think if a word of this should get to the press reviewers. Not even Roger's popularity would stand under the scandal. It would absolutely ruin his career.
Poor Roger. You needn't tell me it's his fault. He was simply dragged into it by that scheming little...
Pauses as Sheila enters, etc. Enter Sheila, door right, humming a careless little song. She meets their glances of surprise and distrust with a sweet naivete.
Has anyone seen old Roger this evening? I suppose it's due to low visibility, but he seems to have disappeared.
Silence, painful and prolonged. Glances, raised eyebrows, facial interrogations, mustached cachinations.
My dear, I rather took you to be an authority on that subject.
I? My dear, how naive of you.
The French windows reopened to admit Therese and Roger, the former wearing the incriminating bandeau. The women exchange furtive glances. Effie nods knowingly.
Behold the prodigals. I suppose you have forgotten your 2 dances with me, Roger.
With a melting glance at Therese, who presents a rather distrait appearance.
There are times, my love, when a man is almost justified in forgetting his wife.
To Sheila.
I'll have to make your husband's apologies, dear. It was my fault that he forgot. But you see, didn't see. Oh dear, I can't seem to. Anyway, you have him now, with my best wishes.
She goes out smiling archly. Effie and Miss Nevada and Train follow. Audibly to audience.
I was mistaken. It was Teresa he was kissing. She never forgets her role. How nearly I convicted that poor dears of bad taste.
Cutting in.
And to think how nearly I convicted that sweet Sheila person of such peasant instinct. I'm positively something to atone.
Last words lost as party exeunt, collapsing into the nearest chair.
Saved! My God, what a close call! Well, we'll never commit that indiscretion again. Oh, I'm weak.
Approaching her with ardor, tempered with apprehension.
Never? Never is a long day.
Rising precipitately and backing away from him.
Have a care, Roger. Of course, I mean never except before the camera, or under lock and key.
Curtain drops hastily. End of The Height of Indiscretion by Hadi, Barron, and Saxon Cohn. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Shadowlands, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lindsay Ann Cameron. Shadowland, September 1919 by Various. Section 10, Sketching from Nature. There is no hard and fast rule or rules on sketching from nature. Every artist has his own method, and no 2 methods are alike. Every pupil that comes out of art school starts sketching as he was taught, but soon he changes his method to a better one, or at least to one that better suits his temperament and style. In giving my methods, I do not pretend that they are better than anybody else's. I simply assert that this method is best for me. Take it for what it's worth. First, we all must draw a line of demarcation between sketching from nature and painting finished pictures. Thumb box sketches were originally small sketches made in a very short time, say an hour, and were used as mere notes or samples or impressions from which larger paintings were made in the studio later on. Later, some of the thumb box exhibitions at the Salmagundi Club and elsewhere, the artists all seemed to think thumb box sketches were elaborately finished small pictures. Some of these pictures have apparently been made in the studio and have been gone over and retouched time and again. In sketching from nature, the first thing to do is to pick your subject, which must be very simple. It may be a cloud, a tree, a road, a fence, a house, or anything, but it should be practically only one thing. You will have all you want to do to get one thing done rightly, because, as everyone knows, the light and atmospheric conditions are much different at 3:30 from what they were at 3. A few minutes makes a lot of difference. If it is a cloud effect we are painting, we all know that perceptible changes are taking place every few seconds. The same may be said of everything else we paint, except that the changes are not so perceptible. Not only is the sun moving constantly, thus changing the highlights and shadows on the object to be painted, but the atmospheric conditions are also changing. Having selected your subject, the next thing to be considered is the composition. Shall the tree be placed to the left or to the right? And shall the top of the tree end at the top of the canvas, or shall the upper half be omitted? Shall the horizon line be above the center of the canvas or below? Of course, it should never be in the center. Shall we include that stump in the foreground, or shall we draw an imaginary line just above it, which is to form the bottom of our picture? Shall we include that small bush on the right and that post on the left? Or should we make our picture a little smaller or a little larger? Having definitely settled just what part of the landscape and sky we are to include in our picture, we begin by sketching in the bare outlines of the thing we are to paint. This can be done with a pencil or a bit of charcoal. Having drawn accurately, yet roughly, the outlines of our sketch, we now start the painting. Presumably we have our paints all set on the palette together with a little can of medium. I place zinc white in the center, light chrome yellow next to the left, and yellow ochre next. To the right of the white, I place Harrison red, next Alizarin crimson, and lastly permanent or ultramarine blue. For my medium, I use 1 part turpentine, 1 part linseed oil, and 1 part copal varnish. I prefer this mixture because it dries quickly, obviates a varnishing later, and prevents the colors from sinking in and looking dead. I start my sketch by using plenty of medium and very little color. In other words, a mere wash. The first painting is merely to get my values, and I generally use only crimson and blue, with sometimes a little white. I paint my whole sketch thus, sky and all, being very careful to get the values as accurately as I can. When this is done, I stand off and study the monochrome for inaccuracies. If there is any doubt, I dim my vision by almost closing my eyes and peeking through my eyelashes. In gazing at the landscape thusly, I shut out all color and see simply a picture in grays. After perfecting my purple wash to my satisfaction, I am prepared to start the real picture. Experience has taught me that if this underpainting is carefully done, my final picture will meet with my approval, and if it is not, my sketch will be a failure. There is no such thing as let well enough alone in making this underpainting. The best possible is the only thing to do. This underpainting in purple may have taken me half an hour or more on an 8x10 canvas, or it may have taken even longer if I had trouble with my values. I am now ready for the final painting itself. I mix up a good-sized mass of paint with a stiff, flexible bristle brush. I scoop up a quantity of the mixture and lay it on. By this time, the underpainting has become so tacky that it will not mix with the final painting. I do not rub it on the canvas or paint it, but I lay it on. I sometimes begin with the trunk of the tree or with the house or whatever the main object is to be, and I sometimes begin with the middle distance. Some painters prefer to begin with the part of the picture which shows the highest note or brightest light, and second, with the part of the picture that shows the deepest shadow. Thus, having obtained these two values, they know that all others must bear a proper relation to these two. In other words, they begin at both ends of the spectrum, and after having gone through various gradations of color value, they meet somewhere in the center. Other artists prefer to begin with the highest point of light, and from that, work down step by step to the darkest shadow. The only trouble with this method is to tell how large the steps should be. If the gradations are too severe, the shadows will be black, which, of course, should not be. Nothing is black in nature. There is color in every shadow. And if we should begin with the darkest shadow and go step by step up to the highest point of light, if by chance our steps are too large, we end in pure white, which is again wrong because there is no pure white in nature. And so, our best plan seems to be to place a little jab of paint of the right value on the point of the highest light and a little jab of paint over the darkest shadow. Then we know that all other values must be somewhere between these two. After having laid on the paint generously on every part of your canvas so that the underpainting is completely covered, the picture should be almost complete. In lying on the masses of thick paint over the underpainting, there is no harm at all if some of the edges of the underpainting show through. If it does, so much the better. Please note that I use the expression laying on. This is important. The moment you try to paint, that is, rub your brush back and forth as they do when they paint the side of a house or barn, then you begin to get a muddiness or grayness to your picture, which is fatal. Your picture must look fresh and brilliant. If you mix your colors too much, you will lose this brilliancy and freshness entirely. Every object you look at, particularly the sky, is alive with variegated colors. Your canvas must be very much the same. If you mix 3 primary colors together, you are bound to get gray, which we call mud. Therefore, it is well to keep your palette clean and to lay on your colors pure. If you make a mistake in laying on your final colors, don't lay on some more in an effort to correct the error, but with your palette knife, remove the objectionable color and try it again. When your sketch is done, take a walk for a few minutes. Then come back and look at your picture from a distance. If it carries well, you have had a successful day. If it does not, the probabilities are that you have made some vital error in your values. The Painter. End of section 10, Sketching by Nature.
Section 11 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stunning. Shadowland, September 1919. By Various. The Playwright's Opportunity. The Playwright's Opportunity by Lee Schubert. Mr. Lee Schubert is one of the representative men of the American theater. Consequently, his comments upon the opportunities for the native playwright carry unusual significance. Are you writing a play? Then read Mr. Schubert's article. If you're not, but then you are. Everybody is. Not a great many years ago, American managers were accused of favoring European playwrights. During the war, the supply of plays from England, France, and Italy greatly decreased, and as for Austria, Germany, and Russia, these sources were altogether cut off. Now that we are enjoying peace days again, the question naturally arises as to whether we may continue to look to Europe for the bulk of plays to be produced here in the next season or two. For the benefit of those who have written for the American theater, and the hundreds of thousands who cherish the hope of turning out successful plays, let it be recorded that now is the golden opportunity. Never in the history of the theater in this country has the time been so propitious for the playwright with a reputation, or the man or woman with the knowledge of play construction, or for a person with a good story to tell, as it is at present. The demand for plays with merit greatly exceeds the supply. The situation is such that producing managers are inclined to offer special inducements to new writers to enter the field. Which is to say that the Made in America idea is just as firmly entrenched in the theater with the sincere desire to further the plan as it is in any other branch of American art or industry. Managers have always encouraged the native playwright, and the comparatively small number of successful American writers for the stage is not so much that producers make it difficult for unknown authors to get their plays read and produced, but rather because so few writers with talent for dramatization have gone in seriously for playwriting. If we do not get the plays to read, we certainly cannot offer them, and when we find ourselves short of plays, we have no alternative but to go into the open markets of Europe. During the war, when the theaters on the continent were for many months at a time practically a dead issue, we imported plays because new playwrights on this side were not developing as quickly as they should have. Paradoxical as it may seem, it is nevertheless true, and despite our efforts to support embryo writers, we find very few willing to take up the profession with the same spirit and enthusiasm necessary for success in any other profession. There are elements of playmaking that are technical, points of writing that are wholly of the theater, and none can acquire this knowledge without making a study of it. Without this fundamental knowledge of the theater, playwriting becomes irksome and means that when a manuscript is submitted by a person who lacks this knowledge, it has to be turned over to a doctor. In this connection, the would-be playwright differs from the student in any other profession, because he is obsessed with the idea that his way is the right one, and nothing can divert him from that opinion. The result is that the manager is accused of being permitted to produce only plays of men and women who have attained some success in the theater, and are therefore without vision, and slaves to conventionalities and fixed rules of stagecraft. But every manager knows this is not true. At best, the theater is a huge speculation from the time the manuscript is read until the curtain goes up on the first performance. For this reason alone, we can hardly be criticized for trying to minimize its uncertainty as regards the selection of plays. Even the combination of the best authors and the best play readers is far from foolproof in picking plays, and often this experienced partnership goes far astray of public opinion. The fact that a particular author's name may appear more frequently on playbills than that of another, and the further fact that so few new names appear at all, is not because the managers force the one to write for them and discourage the other, Quite the contrary. We welcome one manuscript with as much appreciation and with equally as much optimism as we do another. If anything, rather more hopeful that the new writer will have a promising play than the man with the reputation. While managers do what they can to aid the beginner in the theater, they do not want, nor do they expect a halo for this service, for it is obvious that the more people writing for the stage, the larger our market from which to select. If I am compelled to withdraw a play by a new author, it is with personal regret, not so much because of the financial loss, as it is that for every play by a new writer that fails, we lose perhaps hundreds of other plays by men and women who become disheartened when a newcomer fails. Usually, these writers think the managers are responsible for the success or failure of the play, making it so either by casting or by production. I do not deny that this may happen, but generally speaking, it is not true. They seem to forget that for the manager to produce a play indifferently means that the manager deliberately throws away the cast of the production, and the initial cost is just as great for a failure as for a success. Instead of incubating a feeling of distrust for theatrical managers, if the young writer would look over the roster of successful authors and take a page from their book, they would see that half of the established men and women writers of today were not heard of a half dozen years ago. Everyone must make a beginning. As an illustration, I cite the case of Samuel Shipman. Mr. Shipman has been writing for the stage a great many years, but he was never successful until the day he acquired the necessary technique. This season, there are 3 plays of his current on Broadway, and all of them successes. As an example of a modern playwright whose methods might well be followed, I recommend Miss Crothers, who has 2 successes to her credit this season, A Little Journey and 39 East. Both of these plays shortly are to be brought out in book form, and I earnestly recommend to embryo playwrights that they study these plays as diligently as they would a work on the drama. Similarly, they should read the published plays of well-known authors, and it goes without saying that seeing plays is a wonderful schooling. Of all the professions, playwriting is, perhaps, the most lucrative, the most congenial, and in many respects the most independent. Yet there are fewer men and women interested in studying the theater than any other professional pursuit. One successful play will make an author rich, whereas in any other profession it takes years to become established and build up a respectable clientele. Time and again, I have seen men and women step out of obscurity into the limelight, almost overnight, and very often they have done so by means of their first play. The same opportunity is still open. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various, Section 12. Paris is officially known as the harbinger of fashions. Time was when Paris styles were brought over here primarily for the benefit of the extremists, were worn by women who could afford to tickle their fickle fancies with new fads, and who reeked not the cost of a costume which might not prove to be as popular a success as it was a novelty. But alas, that state of affairs is no longer possible. The little woman in Kankakee now knows the latest Paris fashion very nearly as soon as her sister, if only under the skin, who haunts Newport's Bellevue Avenue in summer and The Avenue in winter. The reason for this leveling of distinction is motion pictures. Actresses of the stage have long been the accepted means of popularizing styles, but today the actress of the shadow world is an even more poignant factor. For not only is she, or rather her shadow self, seen in even the tiniest helmet, but her salary is nearly 3 times that of the footlight actress. Lavishly does the motion picture actress invest in Parisian and American fads and fancies of fashion. So quickly does she spread the new manner of styles throughout the land that designers are becoming quite frantic in their effort to keep the supply of exclusive models up to the demand. The other day, while speaking to a Fifth Avenue designer of models for the elite, I was shown several very smart drawings of thin young women poured into long, slender garments featuring tight skirts, Russian blouses, and a long waistline. "These are the styles of today, madam," he said with a suave little gesture, which comes from much playing up to ruffled feminine vanities. "But for tomorrow, I already have my people working on the skirts that are short and full and waists with short sleeves. I must keep constantly changing my models, or my customer, she meets herself in the street a dozen times in cheap copies." Thus one finds the fashions of today in a rather hodgepodge condition. Almost anything is acceptable, and the more odd it is, the more apt it is to be credited with the blue ribbon badge of novelty. One fact is certain: Paris is wearing the short skirt model. The Parisian skirt hangs close to the figure, although in many instances the straight line is broken by an overskirt of eccentric or conventional design. Fanny Ward writes entertainingly from the French capital concerning the length of skirts and the gowns. The necks are cut so low and the skirts so high that it looks as if the modists were trying to make both ends meet, and had nearly succeeded despite the hardships of war. Raymond Hitchcock once said that it was his desire to give a good show and deceive no one. Well, the Parisian designers have evidently tried to visualize this idea with their latest models. A one-piece bathing suit is Arctic attire in comparison with some of the latest underdresses. From Paris also comes the verdict for short sleeves, although because the French woman generally insists upon wearing gloves, a slight preference has been given to the three-quarter sleeve, thus compromising with the tremendous expense of long gloves. And while we are speaking of gloves, an attempt is being made to popularize the glove fashion of glacé kid, and flaunting a gauntlet trimmed with fur or embroidered in colors matching the costume. It is said that the redingote is to be featured this winter. This is one of the oldest garments in the history of fashion. It used to be called a polonaise because it was introduced into Paris court fashions by a queen who was a Polish princess. The long garment was the feature of her national dress. It seemed neither unusual or surprising to her. To the French it was both, and was seized upon as a new epoch in fashions. Today the house of Sherwood is reviving this 18th century cloak. As shown by Sherwood, the polonaise or the redingote of today is the long, straight coat with a slight fullness over the hips. The whole hangs limply from shoulder to hem and is girdled about the waist by an immense sash. Dark serge or satin is the favored material. This revival of the polonaise, which reaches to the hem of the gown, undoubtedly accounts for the fact that there is a revival of knee-length coats in tailored suits. Fall and winter will undoubtedly see the banishment of the suit coat cut off at the hips and the popular appearance of the knee-length model. Meanwhile, evening gowns are of two distinct types, and the well-gowned woman must consider the occasion before dressing for her after-sundown hours. If she's to go where dancing is the feature of the entertainment, a dance frock should be worn. These are short and provide a certain freedom of movement by cunningly devised slits in their clinging skirts. Taffeta is the approved material for dance frocks at the present moment and provides a crisp freshness to the sultry scene of any warm Indian summer evening. On the other hand, if dancing is not to be the form of amusement, my lady should have in her possession several distinct evening gowns. The shade of difference is the dignity so evident in the real evening gown. Long lines, and a train that is serpentantly separate from the skirt, but a train for that are the distinctive features. Black over white or dull blue are the popular shades, and jet is the thing in trimming. Speaking of trimmings, those little things that make or mar a costume, ostrich feathers are the ornaments of the hour. One sees them caught in sashes, forming ruffles for sleeves, and even used to form a whole overskirt. Truly the bird with the long neck has come into his own, at least temporarily, which is the most that can be said for any fashion. A delightful contrast to the unreasonable velvet-crowned hats with tulle or organdy brims we have been wearing during the past 2 summers are the midsummer hats of smartest tulle that the Paris milliners have sent us. Some of these hats are crownless, and for those who object to having their hair disarranged by the breezes, soft layers of tulle are provided as a crown. The brim of the crownless hat consists usually of frills of silk net. Any woman who can match her well-coiffed locks with a hat such as this may be sure of looking particularly lovely. For the replenishing of the vacation wardrobe, the Fifth Avenue shops are showing smart satin skirts as the one sport garment that is always in good taste. For the cooler days of the bathing season, Bonwit Teller has imported a unique cape which buttons snugly across the shoulders and yet does not detract from the smartness of the silken bathing suit. Another certain luxurious smartness, stolen half from the Parisienne and half from the Sun actress, is the beauty of the American negligees. Fifth Avenue shops are featuring shimmering silks and chiffons fashioned in loose flowing models which retain not only a certain lure but style as well. A similar condition exists in the manufacturing of lingerie. If any American woman today wears cotton unmentionables, nobody knows it. The daintiest of chiffons, the most fragile laces, and the most appealing shades of ribbon are fashioned into the most fascinating lingerie America has ever seen. The shops are indulging in an orgy of beautiful lingerie, and the American woman is turning her purse inside out to purchase this most bewitching folly of fashion, and who can blame her? End of section 12.
Section 13 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various. Department of Photography by the Amateur Photographer. Department of Photography. Prizes to be awarded for the best photographs by amateurs. Shadowland is to have a Department of Photography. Being primarily a picture book, photography will enter largely into its makeup, but we don't intend to let the professional photographers monopolize this magazine. All publications that are devoted to motion pictures and the stage depend for their illustrations on professional photographers. This is so from necessity and not from choice. Yet the truth is that in all contests where prizes are awarded for the best photographs, it is the amateur and not the professional who usually wins. This may not be true of portraiture, but it is doubtless true of all other branches. Roughly speaking, there is a camera in every town in the United States and one in nearly every home in many towns. The camera is a great luxury. When one learns to use it properly, there is no end of pleasure and profit to be derived from it. The first thing a person does when he or she gets a camera is to snap everything in sight. Perhaps all the family are lined up in front of the house, and after they have straightened up and readjusted themselves out of their natural proportions, they are snapped by the proud photographer. Then the house itself is taken, then the dog, the cook, the horse, the barn, etc. But after a time, one tires of this sort of thing, and the camera is laid aside until visitors come or until the vacation arrives or a picnic is planned. But there is another use of the camera, which many have not yet learned, and that is the art of taking artistic pictures. In this department, I shall try to show my readers how to enter this wonderfully interesting new field. In the meantime, we want all those who know what art in photography means to send us contributions for this department. We shall print each month as many of the good ones as we can make room for, and we shall award cash prizes for the most artistic ones. We wish to hear from the amateur photographers only. Write on the back of the photograph your name and address and the title of the picture. It is immaterial whether the print is large or small, but the larger the better, because it is a very simple matter to reduce the size of the picture and very difficult to enlarge it. Yet if the picture is very small, it will probably be useless for our purposes. We can't undertake to return any photographs submitted, but each and every one will be preserved and the better ones placed on exhibition in our editorial rooms. Following are a few photographs taken by the editor of this department some years ago. The last, entitled An Afternoon Ride, is a picturesque subject and is nicely lighted. It would have been better, however, if the little girl had entered into the spirit of the occasion and put a little action in her pose. It is obvious that she is camera conscious. The boy was apparently not old enough to know what a camera was, and therefore the photographer succeeded in getting a good pose out of him. The second picture, entitled Stargazing, is another good bit of lighting and posing, if we do say so ourselves. This picture was, of course, taken in sunlight with a lens well stopped down. The first picture, entitled On the Great South Bay, is picturesque, but it has very few of the elements of a fine photograph. The third example, entitled A Midday Meal, shows a couple of children about to have luncheon on a pail of berries that they have just picked. The principal charm of this picture lies in the naturalness and ease of the posers. Editors are frequently asked the question, what kind of photographs are best for reproduction? Dull finish or glossy ones? Black or sepia? The answer, in our case at least, is that any kind will do, but that black and white prints are preferred. Sepia, blue, brown, green, and other tones do not usually produce as well as black and white. Above all, do not attempt to tint your photographs with various colors if you expect to have them reproduced. One color is bad enough, but two or more colors make a photograph almost impossible for reproduction unless the engraver goes to the expense and trouble of rephotographing it through color screens, which in our case cannot be done. Generally speaking, there are two kinds of photography: the sharp, clear, contrasty prints and the soft, fuzzy, atmospheric ones. In nearly all prize contests, the latter gets the prizes. It is not so difficult to learn how to snap a scene or an object with just the right lens opening in perfect focus and giving it just the right time, but it is very hard indeed to make such a picture artistic. Study any great picture, such as a Cabaret landscape or a Malay figure painting, and observe the different values. Notice that the objects in the foreground are strong, and that color gradually disappears or grays as it recedes into the distance. If such a scene were snapped with a small hand camera, universal focus, all objects would appear on the photo with equal distinctness, and the only thing to help the eye determine what was near and what was distant would be the size of the various objects. If there were a fence running into the foreground, into the background, the posts in the foreground would be large and those in the distance very small, thus giving perspective. But very few lenses would give the correct color values of those posts, provided the universal focus were used. The same fence in a painting would contain pure, rich color in the foreground and less color in every post as it approaches the distance, and on the horizon it would be a light, colorless gray, almost the same tone as that of the lower sky. How to get this color perspective in photography is hard to explain. Experimenting is the best teacher. In this connection, it is important to observe that when the eye gazes at a landscape, it gets an impression. That impression is instantaneous, and it cannot be complete and all-inclusive. In other words, the eye cannot possibly take in each blade of grass in the foreground and each post of the fence and so on. The impression is general. It does not include detail. From this fact arose the great school of artists known as Impressionists, and what is true in painting is also true in photographing. The painter no longer paints every twig and every leaf on the tree, and neither does the artistic photographer try to bring out every little detail of the scene. Nearly all good pictures have some central object or center of interest, and all other objects in the picture are subservient and of secondary importance. When you look at a picture, your eye unconsciously wanders to one particular part of the picture, and that is the center of interest. If a picture has two or more centers of interest, it is not a perfect picture. Very often, a photographer and even a painter finds that he has two pictures in one, and he then cuts up his negative or canvas, making two separate pictures so that each has but one center of interest. For example, suppose you snap a very pretty scene which contains a large tree on one side and a large barn on the other with a road in between. Now, unless you have a quick and sure eye for composition, you are quite likely to get two pictures instead of one, unless you succeed in making the road the center of interest, using the tree and barn as balance. Of course, the road should not be exactly in the center of the picture, and neither should the barn and the tree be equally distant from it, because the center of interest should never be in the center. You may find it advisable before mounting such a picture as I have described to trim the print on one side or the other, eliminating part of the barn or part of the tree. And now, returning to perspective and values, you will find it an excellent plan to focus your lens on the center of interest, which is usually in the fore or middle ground, allowing the objects in the distance to fade into comparative obscurity. In other words, if it be some sheep which are 50 feet from your camera, focus at 50 feet. Then the trees and the hills in the distance would be out of focus, and they will appear properly subdued as to give them the proper perspective. In the next issue of Shadowland, we hope to illustrate this article with photographs by our readers. If you have any pictures laid away that you think are artistic, send them along. If not, please get busy with your camera. The Amateur Photographer. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Age of Propaganda by Hudson Maxim. In recent years, there has been a rapidly growing recognition of the value of public opinion. As a man thinketh, so he is, and so he does. Likewise, as the multitude thinketh, so it is, and so it does. The Great War has demonstrated the fact that public opinion, more than anything else, shapes the destiny of nations. The opinion of the world cannot be ignored. The unscrupulous attitude and actions of Germany in precipitating and in conducting the World War lacerated the sense of justice and righteousness of all the other nations of the world, and allied against her the antagonistic opinion of even all the nations not actually allied against her in arms. The military despotism of Germany was not, however, blind to the value of public opinion. No man or group of men ever more appreciated the value of public opinion than the Kaiser and his ring of military bandits. For that reason, for 25 years prior to the outbreak of the war, the Wilhelmstrasse was the greatest school of public opinion in the world, or rather the greatest manufactory of domestic public opinion. Public opinion, like a garment, is very largely a manufactured article. The religion, the political opinion, and the patriotism of a people very largely depend upon leadership, and upon the instructions of their leaders, teachers, and guides. Therefore, when the Kaiser precipitated Armageddon, the German people were unitedly with him and stood solidly behind him, because for 25 years they had been taught that their own self-interest would be served and they would be enriched and generally benefited by the success of German arms, which success seemed certain of realization. But the Kaiser and his coterie of bandits underrated the potentiality of the public opinion of the rest of the world. We must recognize, in this connection, the fact that the Kaiser had taken the precaution to backfire against antagonistic opinion in the principal prospective enemy countries, England, France, Italy, and America. He did this by fostering and promoting in a very effectual way a propaganda of pacifism. In the pulpit, and in every public forum, and in the public press throughout these countries, the doctrine was preached that war at all times is essentially wrong, that non-resistance is better than resistance, that the only true arm of defense is the inculcation of the lessons of brotherly love and a spirit of kindliness and non-resistance. The pacifists strongly urged that the United States should not prepare for national defense, but on the contrary that this country should set the other nations of the world a great moral example by disarming. It seems strange now, in view of the lessons of the Great War, that such fallacious doctrines should have been believed, but they were believed, with the result that this country did not prepare properly for defense, and when the war came, it found us naked before our enemies. Had it not been for the colossal fleet of Great Britain, Germany would have won, and this country would have been conquered and plundered. We had a very close call, as it was. We got into the war just in time, not a moment too soon, to throw our weight into the balance and save our allies and ourselves from defeat. The more the great mass of the people become educated and enlightened, the more difficult it is to lead them without understanding, or at any rate to lead them without first showing them good and sufficient reasons for following. The time is past when the great mass of the people will blindly follow any leader without asking questions. Abraham Lincoln said that it may be possible to fool the whole of the people part of the time, or a part of the people the whole of the time, but that it is impossible to fool the whole of the people all of the time. The time is getting shorter and shorter when the whole people can be fooled, or when a part of the people can be fooled all of the time. The pregnant lesson that the people have learned through the war from the demolition of the doctrines of the pacifists, in which so many sincerely believed before the war, now serves to make the people more wary of placing their entire confidence in the oratorical emotionalism of any propaganda. Nevertheless, there is a very large class of persons in the United States, being led by Bolshevist propagandists. By the term Bolshevism, I mean any and all isms, of whatever name, that have for their object the equalization of rewards for services rendered to employers and society, regardless of the kind and amount of service rendered. Any ism which has for an object the leveling of social and economic values, any ism which has for an object the infraction of any rights which the fathers of this country declared inalienable, life, liberty, freedom of conscience, the ownership of property, and the pursuit of happiness. Any ism based on the belief that all men are created intellectually, physically, and morally equal, which intends to invert the laws of nature in an attempt to bring all men to equality, not by elevating the lower classes, but by lowering the upper classes to the level of the lower classes. Such has been the aim of Bolshevism in Russia. Such has been and is the aim of IWW-ism, anarchism, and other isms that are being taught both secretly and publicly throughout this country. The time has passed when the mere possession of property and position in this world can secure their retention and enjoyment. The struggle for existence now obtains savagely in every sphere of human existence. Those who have property or any valued possessions, if they wish to hold what they have, must now defend them. Hence the question becomes pertinent as to what is the best means of defense. The time has passed when the great proletarian class can be held in subordination by belief in and reverence for the divinity of kingship. The time has passed when a minority can govern the great majority by force. There is available but one way whereby the great proletarian class may be governed, and it is through education and through understanding that, in a society like that of the great American Commonwealth, the welfare of each individual is based directly upon the security under which he is able to profit by and enjoy the fruits of his earnings for services rendered. Hence, the security and welfare of each individual are pregnant concerns of every other individual in the Commonwealth, because methods or systems of government, laws or practices, made to enable one class to profit or benefit at the expense of another class, must, in the end, prove self-destructive and ruinous to all classes. There is but one way to salvation and security. It is by systematic, persistent, and broadly intelligent educational propaganda. Much may be done from the public forum, especially from the pulpit. Much may be done in the press. But above all, and very, very superior to all, is the power of the motion picture. It used to be said, with truth, that he who writes the songs of a people shapes the destiny of the people. The time has now arrived, however, when they who write the motion picture scenarios are they who are shaping the destiny of nations. What is said in public speeches must be translated or converted by the hearer from oral symbols into mental images, and what is read must be translated in the mind from visual to audible symbols, and from audible symbols into mental images, for we are able to realize the abstract only by rendering it into the concrete. The intangible must be made tangible. Again, the great majority of the people it is necessary to reach are more actually than figuratively children of a larger growth, and like children, much prefer that enjoyment be combined with instruction. The motion picture most happily combines enjoyment with instruction. Most readers of newspapers, magazines, and books are solitary readers. They read to themselves alone. The public speaker is able to appeal to but a very few of those necessary to reach. But the motion picture appeals to everybody. Its appeal is universal. Thus it will be seen that the value of the motion picture as an instrument of public educational propaganda transcends any and every other means, for the motion picture is superior to every other means, not only in special particulars, but also in every particular. What is seen with the eyes needs no translation or conversion. It consists of imagery, ready to be received by the mind, with which the mind has the habit of being impressed and of remembering as actual impressions of experience. The memory is very tenacious of what is actually seen with the eyes. There is no possible way that any appeal to the public, of whatever character, can be so effectively made as through the motion picture. The films, news services, and travelogues portray current events with great impressiveness. The marching of troops, the play of big guns, fighting ships in action, street parades, fruitful harvests, results of fire and flood, are all vividly portrayed on the screen, and every person in every part of the country is kept in touch and in sympathetic accord with all persons and events in every other part of the country. National pride and patriotism are fostered. Great and useful lessons are taught by power of example. Results of scientific research into every secret of nature, the lives and development of plants and animals, all are seen upon the screen. The history of past times is reenacted, with the dress and arms and armor representing every period. We are able to see with our own eyes how the pyramids were built, how the Roman galleys and the Roman legions maneuvered and fought, how ancient cities were stormed and taken, and how modern armies and modern fleets bring against each other all the demoniacal enginery of death and destruction evolved by the genius of this inventive age. In the portrayal of the manners and customs of polite society, good manners are taught. By seeing innocence betrayed, innocence is taught to guard itself. But in this respect, great care should be exercised, not in order to put innocence on its guard against betrayal, at the same time to give instruction to those who would betray. Although there is evident good done in placing the unwary on guard, by showing up the tricks and sharp practices of confidence men, swindlers, and gamblers, and the methods employed by burglars and hold-up men, still there is evident harm in giving instruction to criminally minded persons in the methods practiced by criminals. The time is here and now when concerted, intelligent, persistent steps must be taken to shape public opinion by useful instruction, for by such means, and by such means only, can internal trouble, even if not internal revolution, be prevented. It is a matter vital to the interest of every owner of property in the country, to every man with a home, and to every man and woman who believes in the sacredness and inviolability of the home. If the home is to be made secure, it must be defended, and property can have no value when there is no security. The time is here and now, when the better classes in this country must act and do the right thing for internal national defense, and that right thing can best be done through the instrumentality of the motion picture. End of section 14. Read by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA, February 15th, 2024.
Section 15 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stacy M. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various. A Happy Mortal, by the Philosopher. I am the richest man in the world. Rothschild, Rockefeller, and others have larger balances at the bank, but they all have more unsupplied wants than have I. If I had their gold, I could not eat any more, nor any wholesomer food, could not wear any more clothes, could not have any more real friends, could not have any more home comforts, and could not read more books. If I had their gold, I would have more responsibilities, more worries, more dangers, more obligations, more troubles, and more longings. I want no automobiles and no steam yachts, no mansions with dozens of servants, no stocks, bonds, and mortgages to worry me and to tempt others, no money that I cannot use on earth, and but little to leave for the ruin of my children. Therefore, since I have everything I want, I am the happiest, and hence the richest man in the world. The Philosopher. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various, Section 16. Where the New Stage Playwrights Come From, by Arthur Edwin Rose. Some 16 new playwrights reached Broadway with full-length plays during the theatrical season just ended. They call for special attention because among their number may be at least part of the hope of a bright future in American drama. Some 16 is by no means a poor showing for newcomers. There is a hesitancy in stating the number exactly, for records of a busy year cannot be as precise as an earnest chronicler might wish, just as there would be difficulty in defining the length of the season itself. Such questions are as debatable as those propounded by the formula of Alice in Wonderland, which is whether, or how long is when. But whoever these newcomers may be, each calls for a careful scrutiny to see if he, or she, for this age boasts a feminist movement, bears the mark of the muse on his forehead. To realize the importance of this, it is necessary to review the circumstances making it likely that the United States of America is soon to give its drama a place in the sun, for circumstances are what appear to cause the playwright to be born at all, rather than special endowment on his part. Without the age, the man seems useless, but when we have the age, it seems inevitable that the man will somehow appear to take advantage of it. There has been no great period of national prosperity that has failed to produce its corresponding advance of arts and letters. Concerning modern drama in particular, we have had Shakespeare in the Elizabethan period in England, the period of Calderon in Spain when Castile was in full flower, Molière in the heyday of the French court, and Ibsen in the train of a great aesthetic movement in Europe and the Scandinavian countries. The great material prosperity of this country, with its unprecedented opportunities for education and better living, has evolved a pronounced public dramatic consciousness attested by overwhelming popularity of motion pictures, increased amateur dramatic production, mushroom-like growth of little theaters, and unequal circulation of printed plays. All for newer and better plays have been proportionately great. Established dramatists, unable to meet this insatiable demand upon their best efforts, have found the ranks thinning through age and mediocrity of forced production, and these ranks must be filled by the new generation. So far, in this passing time of adjustment to changed conditions, the really great native playwright has not arrived. The great American play has been fondly prophesied for a decade or two, probably remains unwritten. Universal aesthetic attention became focused on American artistic development because Europe staggered under the ravages of a world war, and all the while the blossoming period in America awaits the important arrival of the famous unknown. That we have a large, untouched, reserve supply of playwriting talent is indubitable. It was Ellen Dale's cook who, by calling her master's attention to the fact that she had begun to write the aforesaid great American drama, definitely separated playwriting as a distinct department of American indoor sports. Then it was that critics really noticed that in this land of the free, undisciplined writers, and home of the brave, suffering audience, every bucolic barber and condescending cabman was dashing off a second act. For a while the epidemic received purgative treatment at the hands of reviewers and paragraphers, and then a serious critic here and there made bold to champion the national itch as something bound to enrich professional blood. This healthier regard, dating from the late 90s of the century past, actually has brought a large number of new American playwrights to the fore, and it is a matter for congratulation that the average number produced in each succeeding season in the past has not waned in this. Taking the names of the newcomers alphabetically, so there may be no cries of favoritism, the roster reads: Gustav Bloom, Hilliard Booth, Martin Brown, Wilson Collison, Harry L. Court, Abijah Dudley, John Tainterfoot, W.D. Heppenstall, John L. Hobble, Whitford Kane, Anthony Paul Kelly, John Lerrick, Leighton Graves Osmond, George E. Stoddard, Rita Wellman, and Percival Wilde. Bloom collaborated with Lerrick in writing the Schubert production of Sleepless Night. Booth wrote Diana of the Follies for Woods, Brown, a very good young man, for Hopkins. Collison prepared Up in Mabel's Room for Woods. Court joined Stoddard in making the book and lyrics of Listen Lester for John Court. Dudley wrote the book and lyrics of Come Along. Foote contributed Toby's Bow to John Williams. Heppenstall and Kane wrote Dark Rosaline for Belasco. Hobble wrote Daddies for the same producer. Kelly involved Three Faces East for Cohen and Harris. For Arthur Hopkins, Osmond wrote The Fortune Teller to the same manager. Miss Wellman submitted The Gentle Wife, and Wilde collaborated with Samuel Shipman on William Harris's Dark Horses. A couple of these plays were Atlantic City tryouts, but theaters of the boardwalk metropolis have as good a claim to the name of Broadway as any of the side street houses that profess hundreds of nights on the glittering thoroughfare. In no case mentioned may a prophecy concerning a given dramatist's future fairly be based on his play. Playwrights rarely arrive on the work they themselves consider their best. Usually the drama that wins production is so sadly battered by outside hands on the way that the author is too heartsick to appreciate the laurels then awarded by the press agent. The most the would-be prophet may do is to consider the dramatist's origin, training, and possible sincerity. On the other hand, where the desirable qualities of sincerity and good craftsmanship are discernible in maiden productions, there is no valid reason why they may not be found the supposition of an earnest, respectable future. Most older dramatists, not jealous of their younger contemporaries, are disposed to believe that great success of a first production will prove fatal to its author. He has reached the top of the ladder in a single bound, but in face of the fact that the youthful Sheridan, after a 2-year interval, followed by his brilliant comedy The Rivals, with another masterpiece, The School for Scandal, they feel that he cannot preserve the proper frame of mind in which to pay future devotions, because he has not been duly humbled by his art. But they may fall on history too, for John Home never wrote another Douglas, and to date Elmer Reisenstein has not written another On Trial. Notable in connection with this phase of the matter are the names of John L. Hubble, author of Daddies, and Anthony Paul Kelly, author of Three Faces East. Their plays ranked among the positive hits of the season, yet both men are young men of negligible experience in the so-called speaking theater. Kelly has not about him the same air of mystery sustained by Hubble. He did not come, so to speak, out of the nowhere into the here. Before placing his play with Cohen and Harris, he enjoyed a reputation as one of the best and highest-paid scenario writers in the cinematographic field. His position gave him pertinent training, for in it he was called upon to adapt many stage plays to the screen, and, in dissecting them, became familiar with general features of stage technique. According to his own account, his play was written within 2 months. The day after completion, he read it to Sam Harris, the manager, who in turn passed it on to his partner, George M. Cohen. Less than 48 hours then passed before contracts were signed for the play's production. The entire transaction, as the firm's press representative has observed, probably constituting a record for the case of a play by an unknown. For John Hobble, the production of Daddies was a professional sunrise. He was a Kansas cattleman, but had by no means the untutored mind that the bare statement implies. He had always hoped to write plays, and in furtherance of that intention came to New York about 10 years ago to study dramatic construction firsthand in the theaters of the big town. Throughout the time he wrote plays, and for a like period until this red-letter occasion, those plays were returned as unsuited to production. It is the habit of newsmongers to pick for emphasis the more sensational features of a new dramatist's past life, and much harm is done thereby to the large body of would-be playwrights who fondly imagine then that the work is easy. How fine it must sound to them that Tony Kelly began as a rodman in surveying gangs for the Santa Fe and Southern Pacific Railroads, or that Wilson Collinson, author of Up in Mabel's Room, was a drug clerk in Columbus, or that George E. Stoddard, co-author of Listen, Lester, worked in a railroad freight department, not saying that he was a bookkeeper, but rather leaving it to romantic imagination to believe him a baggage smasher. But the facts in the case prove that one and all went through some transitional steps that may be called, in this light, by no other name than apprenticeship to the writing profession. Very often this apprenticeship lies in newspaper work. The man who is able to write a good newspaper story has fully grasped the salient features of playwriting, unity of story, logical sequence of events, economy and attractiveness of presentation, and, of course, power of selecting interesting material. Percival Wilde, co-author of Dark Horses and author of the prologue of The Woman in Room 13, had begun literary work as a book reviewer for the New York Times and Evening Post when in 1912 his first short story was published. W.D. Heppenstall, co-author of Dark Rosaleen, is an Irish newspaperman and a short story writer. Until 5 years ago, he was on the staff of the Belfast Morning Telegraph, and since that time has done work of the same character in America. Bide Dudley, who wrote the book and lyrics of Come Along, conducts a theatrical column on the New York Evening World, and is said to have increased that newspaper's circulation some 20,000 copies. He came to New York 8 years ago after working as a humorist on the Kansas City Star, the Denver Post, and other newspapers. John Tainter Foote, author of Toby's Bow, in which George Marion made a triumphant return to the stage, comes from the more dignified literary field, having some celebrity as an author of animal stories, dog tales in particular. Little of a biographical nature is known of him. Martin Brown is another man of mystery, although in his case, probably not through any expressed desire on his part. There is a rumor that he is a former newspaper man, but he has not been on hand to verify it. It is natural that some of the newcomers should have arrived via the stage itself as an actor, like Frank Raven, stagehand like Frederick Ballard, press agent like Channing Pollock, director like John Emerson, who was literary executor for Clyde Fitch. Thus, Whitford Kane, co-author of Dark Rosaline, is an actor of celebrity and was appearing with Francis Starr in Tiger, Tiger, at the same time that his own play was being prepared for production. Gustav Blum, co-author of A Sleepless Night, also grew up from within the theater, having been an actor as well as a director of the East-West Players. Harry L. Court entered the theater from an unusual angle as the son of his own producer, John L. Court. The screen is so closely allied with the theater that it is but reasonable to suppose that in time almost as many stage authors will graduate from its ranks as from the stage itself, becoming a third-grade source of dramatists with the theater and the newspaper. Leighton Graves Osmond, who wrote The Fortune Teller, in which Marjorie Rambeau starred, had considerable experience in filmdom before placing his stage play. Mr. Osmond is the most consistent illustration of the power of faith I have ever met. I visited him last January in his California bungalow at Hollywood, just after he received a telegram announcing acceptance by Arthur Hopkins, and while still in the flush of excitement. He took up playwriting for the regular theater on the advice of an oculist who charted his destiny in the stars. The better to follow out this destiny, he dropped even his breadwinning work to devote himself wholly to the stage. Certainly the prompt outcome repaid him for the chance he took. He now is living in a small Jersey community near New York, working on other plays, one of which has been accepted too. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Pyle. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various. The Misleading Widow, by Hamilton King. Fictionized, by permission, from the famous Players Lasky film production based on the scenario of Francis Marion, in turn derived from F. Tennyson Jesse and H. M. Harwood's stage play, Billeted, starring Billy Burke as Betty Tarrandine, with James L. Crane as Captain Peter Rymill, Frank Mills as Colonel Preedy, Madeline Clare as Penelope Moon, Fred Hearn as the Reverend Ambrose Liptret, and Frederick Esmerton as Mr. McFarland, directed by J. S. Robertson. Betty Tarrandine had sinful red hair and a talent for men which amounted to positive genius. She had, and not secondarily, a genius for the prodigal spending of moneys, and the non-payment of what she considered perfectly insolent bills. Finished the description by saying that everybody loved her nearly to death for the good and sufficient reason that they just simply couldn't help themselves, and you will know all that is necessary for you to know about Betty Tarrandine. Of course, the small New England village in which she had come across and purchased her love-duck of a house didn't hold the same opinion. They, or it, wanted to know a considerable deal more about Betty Tarrandine. Any woman with such hair, said the village, and such a way with men, well, the well was damning and conclusive. In such a village, for a woman to be young, a widow, so she says, to have hair as red as the most delicious sin, and to have men following at her nonchalant 10-inch heels like so many whipped dogs. What more does a village need? Naturally, she must violate at least 90% of the 10 Commandments. Naturally, my dear. Betty Tarrandine and her chum, Penelope Moon, had inhabited the austere village for a period of 3 months and had given it a consecutive and running series of at least thrice that many shocks, when there came the smasher in the rapidly spread information that the one and only hospital for wounded soldiers could not possibly accommodate the overflow, that some of the officers would have, perforce, to be billeted privately, and that woman, the Tarrandine woman, you know, had actually contracted for 2 officers to stay beneath her unhallowed roof. It could only mean one thing. The village to an inhabitant had never had an evil thought. But it could only mean one thing. To a woman, at least, the town pursed up its impeccable lips, elevated its head, and gathered its spotless skirts about its orthopedic heels. Naturally, all things are essentially natural. It behooved the spiritual adviser of the village, the Reverend Liptret, and his still more reverend sister, to remonstrate with the at least potential Magdalene. It was their duty, as they saw it, and they always saw it. Had they ever failed in the doing of their duty? Had they? They asked the village. Hadn't they paid semi-weekly visits to that shameless girl, who had brought home with her from parts unknown a baby? The unspeakable girl who defied the village and said that love was all, and that once there had been one who had said, ever so gently, "Forgive her, for she loved much." Hadn't they labored with that girl, persisted with her, that she brazenly went and rid the village of herself by the theft of her own life, only went to prove more conclusively that the wages of sin is death, which they had told her, and told her, and told her? Hadn't they visited and visited Seaman Abbott, who was a confirmed drunkard with the heart of a child, until he, depraved soul, took to drugs and committed so many frightful atrocities that he had to be put away, where, in hideous confinement, he railed blasphemies at God and the ministers of God and even the sisters of the ministers of God? Their duty, they hoped they never failed in that. And now there was this Pteridine woman with the incriminating hair. A light woman, Ambrose, the good Miss Liptret told her brother, with something the effect of a child who munches over a succulent apple. A light woman, a pleasure woman. My dear Ambrose, they are dreadful to deal with, very, very dreadful. During this soul-saving conversation, the light woman was feeling anything but light, which we are bound to admit was not the customary state of grace with her. In this particular instance, as Penelope Moon agreed, she had good and sufficient reason for being both downcast and misanthropic. When one pursues or tries to pursue a high and exalted duty to oneself and one's country, and then is circumvented by fat, greasy, objectionable butchers and bakers, who wave fists which clutch long-columned white slips, and mumble forth unprintable threats and recriminations, where is the world being made safe for democracy? Where, indeed? As I was saying, Pen, Betty tearfully adjured her commiserating companion, as I was saying to the butcher, all I want to do is to give these 2 poor convalescent officers good red meat and plenty of it. And I asked him what possible harm there could be in that. And then the brute, he yelled, actually yelled, Pen, never caring for one instant about how sensitive my ears are, and always have been. He yelled, what the hell, Pen, did he care about 2 fat, wine-fed officers when his family was eating war bread and not enough of that? Of course, that doesn't seem right. But the boys first, Pen. We've all been taught that. The baker said practically the same thing, only in a different dialect, and so did the dry grocer and the greengrocer. They're shockingly bad-mannered. The gas and electric man was also to be heard as well as seen, and a variety of others. I really couldn't get all of their lists of ailments. The hue and cry was money, money, money. But dear, but Betty, darling. To cap the climax, finished Betty Pteridine, waving a desperate cigarette which seemed to wreathe its pale gray smoke like loving ghostly fingers about her red hair. Old McFarland was here this morning, and had the little taste to tell me that my bank account has been ruthlessly overdrawn. He was quite horrid. He hinted, and not at all delicately, at horrid things. I might have been 80 and withered and toothless for all the difference I made to him. It's rather a mess, Pen. Did he have any suggestions to make, knowing you so long and all that? I should have thought, oh, he did say that I might borrow some on Pete's life insurance. And what good would there be in that? Besides, Peter might hear of it. And I just have the queerest feeling about letting him know that I haven't recovered one bit from extravaganza, you know. No. Now who the devil? The Reverend and Miss Liptret, having slid in rather than await the ceremony of being announced, were greeted to Betty's inadvertent remark. They took it stoically. It was no more. It was even a little less than they had anticipated. She was smoking, too. How true to form she was running. Red hair, youth, men, cigarettes. They had now only to await the drinks, and the last proof of moral disintegration would be complete. "We hear, my dear Mrs. Terdine," observed the Reverend Ambrose, seating himself daintily on the tip edge of a dainty wicker chaise lounge, "we hear that 2 officers are to be billeted here. We trust this is not the truth." Betty widened her childlike eyes, small blue pools of truth, the Reverend Ambrose found himself thinking, and at the discovery of his own thoughts blushed to the sparse roots of his sparse hair. "Of course it is the truth," said Betty. "Colonel Preedy and his aide, Captain Rymill. We hear they're quite dears. We expect to have an awfully jolly time, champagne suppers and all that. For our country, you know. Clever, though, isn't it, to have patriotic duty and pleasure so Siamese-twinned?" Miss Liptrett took to her smelling salts, and the Reverend Ambrose shook out his stiffly starched pocket handkerchief. His sister believed in mortifying the flesh. This, he felt, was going to be harder than he had anticipated. It was painful, really painful. Mrs. Terdine was a child, a baby, who must have a candy-coated, dangerous pacifier removed from her pink lips. Too pink, the Reverend admitted to himself, albeit reluctantly. "But, my dear Mrs. Terdine," the minister of God rallied himself from the strained sensation, and surely unprecedented of falling into a rose-pink mist. "My dear Mrs. Terdine, surely not without a chaperone. My sister Tabby here would be only too pleased, I am sure. Our duty, we always—" Betty Terdine gave one of her laughs. They were exclusively her laughs. "How funny of you," she chortled. "You see, my dear man, I've been married. I'm quite within the law. He, Peter, my husband, I would say, left me because I was so terribly, extravagant." Miss Liptrett swayed slightly. The Reverend Ambrose shook his head. "How very, very sad," he said. "Those whom God hath joined together. How do you take it, my dear Mrs. Terdine, my poor suffering sister in our Lord?" "My heart would be broken," said Betty blithely, "if I had that kind of heart." Did you love him, my dear Mrs. Terdine?" asked the Reverend Ambrose ever so gently. He had never known before what the small word dear may come to mean. "To desperation," said Betty Terdine succinctly, "and I drove him to the same state." "And now?" pursued the minister of a just God. "And you feel now?" "I don't feel," said Betty rather shortly and rising. "The milk's spilt, and I haven't the time nor the agility to lap it up. Thank you so much for calling, Miss Liptrett." It came to Betty in the middle of the same night. It's with Betty were always her inspirations. She had been dreaming, rather horribly. She had been dreaming of hands holding closely columned white slips, and on the back of each hand there seemed to be a face, and each face was the round, fat, blinking face of the Reverend Liptrett. And now she woke up and knew, quite suddenly, with a pounding heart, that she could send herself a telegram saying that Peter Terdine was dead, and she could show it to McFarland, and he would arrange for her to collect all of Peter's life insurance, which was ample and considerable. Peter might never know. He was so far away. He had told her that if there was an opposite end of the earth, he was going to ferret it forth and remain there. Generally, Peter did as he said he would. Besides, there would be compensation in such a sum. The law of compensation, that was the thing. She stole into Penn's room and told her all about it. In the morning she wrote the telegram, and Penn, who was detailed to meet Colonel Preedy, sent it to her. When the colonel arrived, he found a most charming person with scarlet hair, clad in black, and weeping studiously. He was called upon to be consolatory, and he was nothing loath. It was in such a manner that Captain Rymill, the colonel's aide, entered upon the heels of his superior officer and begged to be allowed to add his services at such a time. "Her husband," he muttered, "beastly sad." The scarlet-haired widow glanced up with a coy sniffle. Peter Rymill stumbled, apparently over nothing. Betty gave an unwidow-like shriek, directed to some remote heaven, and blasting to the ear promptly, and for the first time in her unhysterical career, fainted completely away. It was daybreak when Betty sufficiently recovered to be able to take stock of the situation. A situation inevitably appealed to her. This one, as the sun slipped its cloudy blankets and winked redly at the world, began to. It began to appeal enormously. Her blue eyes gained 2 stars, and the stars twinkled. There seemed to be little red things gleaming in her hair, but her mouth was curved in a little crooked smile, and the smile was very tender. Peter was under her roof. Under the same roof again, sleeping. Old Peter. Something about it was nice. Nicer than anything had been in a long, long while. Had she been lonely? Of course not. That was too absurd. But old Peter, here, back from the war and wounded. Old Peter. She rose and dressed and stole down the stairs. She wanted to get out. She wanted to hear the birds waking up and the roses. She wanted the smell of the morning. She hadn't wanted these things in a while, a long while. Not since she had first known of her love for Peter Teradyne. One has to have gone a long way, it is said, before one can care about the birth of an April daisy. Suddenly it came to her that she had gone a long way, longer than anybody believed, under her frivolous manner, under her flippancies. Nobody would be up. Peter was convalescing. "Hello," said Peter Rymel. "I came down jolly early, I suppose. I wanted to hear the morning throw off the blankets. Haven't felt this way since I was a kid." They walked out into the garden, into the first garden in a newborn world. It was stirring from its sleep, and there were perfumes delicious. The morning was delicately blue, and it was blushing. "What do you think of me?" asked Betty. "What I have always thought. No better, no worse." They both laughed. She never had been able to laugh, as she had always been able to laugh, with old Peter. "I had to have the insurance money. I sent myself the telegram." "Clever. I didn't give you credit." "Neither does anybody else. That's why I had to send it." They both laughed again. And it was no laughing matter, but the morning was so young, ridiculously young. "I shan't spoil your game." "That's jolly of you, Peter. You always were a four-squarer. But honestly, I have been more economical. But you see, billeting officers, there are matters of rare beefsteaks and fresh fruits and out-of-season things. I know, charity is expensive, especially patriotic charity. You are kind." "Not at all. The hospitality is all yours. At least, we have no call to quarrel now, Betty." "No," agreed Betty, and discovered how ardently she yearned for mortal combat. "I changed my name when I went away, you know," confessed Peter. "I thought so." "Did you suspect that Mrs. Teradyne might be me?" "Of course not." "How can you think so? And in New England?" "I never suspected you of New England, Betty." "Shall we play the game through?" "Of course, why not? I think Penelope is going to like Colonel Preedy. It's in the air. Then we'll be a foursome. You always did go in for situations, Betty." "I know," said Betty soberly, and threw away the June rose she was holding. Later on, Peter Rymel came back, and picked it up carefully and tenderly. Life in the Teradyne establishment moved with a momentum that not even the village could have conjured up for it. Not that the village wasn't talking. Never that. Hadn't Peter Rymel been seen and heard in the various shops of the village, settling that Teradyne woman's long-overdue accounts? Hadn't Reverend Miss Tabitha Liptrett heard him paying the butcher's bill? Seen him, for the matter of that? It could only mean one thing, naturally. And the Colonel person. Was he or was he not seen with Penelope Moon, mooning along the less frequented ways and byways of the outraged village? He was, and their looks. These were not the things, however, that were disturbing the inmates of the temporary billet. There were darker matters afoot. The darkest was that Peter Rymel seemed to find Penelope Moon a veritable tonic for his eyes, if staring at her 3/4 of his waking time was any conclusive proof. Betty, tormented, thought that it was. On the other hand, Colonel Preedy seemed to Peter Rymel and Penelope Moon to have nothing on earth better to do than get his vision scarletly entangled, and nothing more to say than a sing-song repetition of the praises of the Titian variety of woman. As for Betty Teradyne, a colonel was a triumph, she said. Penelope spoke daily of returning home. Peter Rymel protested that was all rot, damned rot. Betty was miserably silent, and still more miserable because she was silent. The one amusing thing in all their world was the fact that the Reverend Ambrose literally denied his God to propose the sacrament of matrimony to the scarlet-haired woman. He was too ridiculously funny, half-wept the overwrought Betty in describing the scene. He sandwiched his amorous declarations with fearful airings of his wretched little scruples. In one breath he said, "I love you to distraction," in the next he affirmed, "I will save you from damnation." In the third he cried out that I was the blessed damozel leaning down from heaven, and in the fourth that I was a snare and a delusion. Eventually he tottered away, wilted, starchless, probably penitential. After dinner Penelope stayed at the table with Betty while the men sought the terrace for their smokes. Penelope was white and said that her head ached like the very devil. "I'll tell you, Betty," she admitted suddenly. "I'm a little rat, I suppose. But I'm mad over Colonel Preedy, and I can't stay here and see you two love each other. Betty, don't cry. Don't, dear. Betty sobbed noisily. "You goose," she sniffed. "You bat, you blind bat, you bug in a rug. I'm not in love with your old Colonel. I'm in love with Peter, with my Peter Terradine." "With your husband?" "My dearest. With Peter Rymill, who isn't Peter Rymill at all, but just Peter, old Peter, Peter whom I love." "Betty, oh Betty, what can you do?" "Die," groaned Betty tragically. "Die like a rat in its hole. In its hole." Betty did the next best thing she could to dying in a hole. She was perched airily and rather inauspiciously in a cherry tree the afternoon following her confession to Penelope, when she overheard Peter and Penelope coming down the path, and Peter was saying that they had orders to move on. They sat on the bench directly beneath her, and when she parted the branches to peer through, Pen's head was on Peter's shoulder. She didn't wait to hear what he was saying, which solely concerned the absent colonel, but fell through the branches and rolled ignominiously upon the gravelled path at their very feet. When they picked her up, Peter, with strange mutterings, which might have been blasphemies or endearments, she couldn't take a step. "Sprained ankle," said Peter, looking unduly greenish-white. Then, seeing Colonel Preedy in the near distance, he hailed him. "Carry Betty to her room," he called. "She's had a bally tumble." He added, "He's so mad about her, I'll give him his chance. I've lost mine, so what the—" Penelope glared at Peter and brought up the rear. The evening was closing down like a pair of folding sable wings over the Terradine establishment. Betty had been bandaged and fed up on port wine. Penelope was packing in her room and dropping more tears than garments into her innovation. Colonel Preedy was packing in his suite. Peter was wafting about the corridors, ghost-like and beset with his old love for Betty who had driven him mad, but never so mad that his love for her wasn't the maddest of all. In all the four corners of the earth he had tried to forget her, and in the battle-den, and he hadn't been able to. It had beaten him down. What if she did spend money? What if she did do mad, bad, foolish things? What did it matter what she did? Essentially she was Betty, scarlet-haired, extravagant maid-to-love. He groaned and tried the knob of her door. She would be sleeping, childlike after her fall. He knew. He would go in and kiss her for goodbye, kiss her tears away. Just once, just for the last time. He would kiss her and go away. Yes, kiss her and go away. Leave her for someone else. For Preedy, no doubt. Good God, how the damned thing clawed at his heart. She was sleeping, and he stole over to her bed and bent over her. Child that she was, baby, playing through the playhouse of the world, pouting when the playhouse didn't suit. Baby, but how he loved her. Someone was coming in, someone else. He dropped to his knees and rolled under the bed. It was Preedy, the hound, Preedy. But what was he doing? Prowling on Betty's dressing table, handling her things, furtively. What the hell, had Preedy gone unaccountably mad? Had the war got him after all? Preedy, he was stealing a picture. Stealing! Why, it was Penelope's picture, and he was kissing it. Preedy was kissing it, and with never a glance at the woman sleeping on the bed. Old Preedy and little Penelope, of course. He understood a lot of things now. Love. Deuced queer, but heavens, how it hurt. Someone else was coming. Peter almost laughed aloud to see the dignified colonel bolt for the clothes-press and close himself in. The door opened, and Penelope stood on the threshold, very red of face. "Betty, they insist," she began, then angrily. "Miss Liptret, can't you see that she's asleep?" "I see," said Miss Liptret, through frigid lips. "A man beneath her bed. The man, and he is not asleep. Not by any means. It can mean only one thing, naturally." Peter crawled forth. He rose to his full height and then sat familiarly down upon the bed. Betty opened her eyes, surveyed the group, then looked at Peter. They widened and misted, and suddenly her heart was in them. And it was all for him, for Peter, for old Peter. He understood and encircled her with his arm. Miss Liptret was on the immediate verge of collapse. Peter gave a short laugh. "Sorry," he said, "to spoil your fun, my dear lady. All of you, because you are, having one hell of a good time. Now calm yourself. After all, you are far more acquainted with hell than either my wife or myself. Yes, my wife. Matrimony. A sacrament, Oh, years ago. Naturally. You see, the dirt has been in your own minds, no place else. A vacuum cleaner, my dear lady, excellent for drawing up the dirt, then a good disinfectant. I dare say you'll come around. Yes, my wife. Quite so. Ta-ta. The Reverend Liptret and his more than reverend sister took their duty with them and were through. Peter Carradine took his wife into his arms, then yelled, "Come out of the clothes there, Preety, and go spoon with your moon. Best of luck, old chap." "Oh, Betty," he said, so soon as they were gone. "Oh, Betty, the years we waste, the years we waste. Give me the kiss I haven't had since the world before last." End of section 17.
Section 18 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Shadowland, September 1919 by Various. The House and Home Doctor by George B. Case. Being a department for those who want to bring art and good taste to their homes, as well as comfort and luxury. The greatest of arts is the art of living. Without a home you cannot live. A home should be a place one seeks for rest, entertainment, and comradeship. Chaotic homes cause indigestion, bad temper, fevers, and death. Chaos is caused by ill-advised decorations, bad arrangements, colors, and tones not in harmony with disposition and personality. And last but not least, the absolute lack of the use of common sense in the study of home arrangement. It is a fact that energetic, forceful, and combative dispositioned people are antagonized by such colors as reds, pinks, and blues. There are recorded cases of sickness where patients were unable to respond to either treatment or their own natural vitality until removed from rooms that had strong colors to one of soft neutral tones, where immediately they became restful, temperature decreased, and convalescence was rapid. If your body is ill, you hire a doctor, take his medicine, and get well or die. Do likewise if your home is ill, and don't quibble when it comes to a question of making it complete. If you have a natural taste and knowledge for the decorating and arrangement of your home, the problem is a simple one. But if you lack these qualities, employ one whom you know to have them, and then leave it to him or her, as the case may be, to complete without interference from you. Don't start until you are thoroughly prepared to do it properly, and then leave the worrying to your decorator and furnisher, and when he turns it over to you as being complete, you will find it free of all foreign elements, confusing and irritating influences that you felt but were unable to locate before. Hospitality, lazy comfort, and quiet luxury are the three great feeling factors in a well-ordered home. It is just as necessary that your guest be instantly pleased with his surroundings as he enters, as it is that your dinner be well cooked and served, and to instill that desire in your friends to come again. The chair he sits in must fit him, and his surroundings must appeal. Last but not least, the creating of a feeling of its being an unusual home, and not cheap, should be studied very carefully. This is not so much the question of the amount of money spent, as it is taste and arrangement. I have always been pleased and particularly proud when clients of mine have said, "What a wonderful home you have given me," rather than if they had said, "What a beautiful chandelier," "What a rare rug," or "What a sweet-toned piano," or "What exquisite pictures." My idea of a real home and real comfort and real luxury is one you feel rather than see, and this can only be created by treating the ensemble rather than the detail. Avoid the decorations that make your friends gasp with astonishment and apparent delight, and you may feel quite sure that when your home is so ordered that they call and just slip in and lounge around in absolute good fellowship, you have reached the ideal in home decorations. From time to time in this magazine, I am going to take up the discussion of various homes with illustrations, temperaments of owners, etc., and I shall be pleased at all times to answer questions as to decorating, arrangements, remodeling, horticultural architecture, and in fact all things necessary to be thoroughly acquainted with in order to make the environment of your home that of a holy, sacred place which you will always wish to be in. End of section 18.
Section 19, Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various. Section 19. The Court of the Sage. Greetings to thee, friend. Come hither, and I will conduct thee on a pleasant journey. Come, let us reason together. A gentleman who hangs his hat in Chicago and calls that his home does not wish his name mentioned, but wants me to tell him my opinion of evolution. First, here's the greatest authority of all, Herbert Spencer, who says that evolution is a change from an indefinite, incoherent homogeneity to a definite, coherent heterogeneity through continuous differentiations and integrations. After this formula was pronounced, the universe probably heaved a sigh of relief as it filed away this plain, simple, obvious account of itself. The true history of creation is now pretty generally understood, even by the school children, and as the years go by, the doctrine of evolution takes firmer root and seems destined to be universally accepted. But evolution takes us up to man, and there it stops. What next? That is the question. Assuming that this inscrutable mystery that we call God was the contracting engineer of the universe, and that he evolved the heavens, the earth, and the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, and finally man, what next? The reins are now in man's hands. The will of man now controls. Man determines what animal shall survive and what shall not. Man destroys this tree or that plant and grows another. Man creates new varieties of fruit, plant, tree, and cereal, and breeds new varieties of domestic animals. Man tames the wild beast and makes the desert blossom as the rose, turns the course of rivers, levels mountains, and harnesses the elements to do his bidding. But man himself has stopped evolving. He is not so strong nor so fleet as his savage ancestors, nor can he see nor hear as well. Yet he is superior in every other way. He is not so strong, yet he is vastly more powerful, for he has captured steam and electricity. His eyes are not so good, yet he can see better, for he has the microscope, X-ray, and a telescope. And furthermore, the pictures he sees are made permanent by photography. His ears are not so good, but he can hear better, for he has the telephone, the phonograph, and the wireless telegraphy. His legs are not so dexterous, yet he can move faster, for he has the bicycle, the locomotive, the automobile, aeroplane, and a motorboat. His hands are not so powerful and large, but he can make more and better implements, for he has tools and machinery. In fact, every department shows a rest of bodily development and an increase in mental faculties. Query: shall evolution hereafter be confined only to man's mental and spiritual growth? And if so, what has the future in store for man's personality? Shall not his soul go on evolving? If so, where? Even the sage cannot answer this. Success knocks at every man's door and keeps knocking. Look carefully, and you will see her there, trying to get in. Certainly, I am opposed to liquor selling, and it is a very good law they have passed, making it a crime to manufacture liquor. There is no earthly reason why people should drink liquor when there is plenty of water to be had. It is also a crime to smoke tobacco and cigars, and there should be a law forbidding that. Smoking is a filthy and unhealthy habit. It does no good to anybody and often does a great deal of harm. And while we are about it, why not abolish chewing gum, drinking ice cream sodas, eating candy, cake and ice cream, and all such unnecessary luxuries? For that matter, what's the use of dessert at all? And while we are on the subject, deciding what is good for people and what is not, and what we want them to do and what we don't want them to do, why not pass a law forbidding the manufacture and use of soups for dinner? Why soup? In olden times, people sat down and ate their roast pig or their bread and milk or shoulder of lamb with some potatoes and bread and butter, and what was good enough for them is good enough for us. Therefore, let us abolish all course dinners. Why not confine the human family to a diet of bread and milk? The race would be more healthy, and it would be a tremendous economy. At the same time, while we are in the economy business, I see no necessity for pictures, statuary, paintings, vases, canes, collars, neckties, rings, stick pins, dogs, cats, and 1,000 other things I might mention. These are all superfluous luxuries, and we should learn to do without them. The stopping of the liquor traffic is the first step. Hooray! Let us take the next step, then another, and another, until finally we'll be living near to nature's heart like Robinson Crusoe, the Indians, the cliff dwellers, yea, like Adam and Eve. Mr. L.T.B. must wait for his answer, because I have not yet made certain whether the size of Charlie Chaplin's shoes is 16 or 17. In answering questions about the salaries of actors and actresses, I must draw a distinction between real money and stage money. The publicity man and the players have a habit of speaking in big figures because it sounds nice. It is quite true that Mary Pickford, Douglas Fairbanks, and Charlie Chaplin have made something like $1 million a year each, and I guess it is real money. But when they tell me geniuses like Fatty Arbuckle are receiving $10,000 a week, I am inclined to think that a large part of it is stage money. If not, it certainly pays to be fat, even if you are not funny. Mrs. Thompson, the several Bibles of the world are the Koran of the Mohammedans, the Tripitaka of the Buddhists, the 5 Kings of the Chinese, the 3 Vedas of the Hindus, the Eddas of the Scandinavians, the Zendavesta or Zend-Avesta of the Persians, and the scriptures of the Christians. Of these, the Koran is the more recent, dating about the middle of the 17th century. I have the pleasure to announce to a Jacksonville young man that Mother Goose was real. Her maiden name was Eliza Foster, born 1665, married Isaac Goose, 1693, joined Old South Church, Boston, and died in 1757 at the age of 92. I know of no particular objection to taxing bachelors. It is about as successful as taxing anything else or about as absurd. Our reasons for taxing things, except land, are usually very ridiculous. They taxed windows in England, which finally resulted in windowless houses. Tax bachelors? Certainly tax all luxuries. The only fear is that if we tax bachelors too much, they might commit suicide, preferring death to matrimony. Some old philosopher has observed, the married man is like the bee that fixes his hive, augments the world, benefits the republic, and by a daily vigilance without wronging any, profits all. But he who condemns wedlock, for the most part, like a wasp, wanders in offense to the world, disturbs the peace, and makes misery as his due reward. M. Muriello is informed that the word Dago is a corruption of Diego, James, San Diego being the patron saint of the Spanish. It was first applied to the Spaniards in Louisiana, but later to the Italians and Portuguese. CMB asks if I know how many words there are in the Bible. I don't, unless I can accept Dr. Horn's statement. He spent over 3 years in making the following compilation, which time could perhaps have been put to better advantage. Books, 66. Chapters, 1,189. Verses, 31,173. Words, 773,746. Letters, 3,566,480. I don't think the query of John T. Muldoon is very timely. He asks the origin of the expression almighty dollar. I know of no such thing as the almighty dollar. During the last 2 or 3 years, all the dollars I have been anything but almighty. A dollar today is not worth much more than a dime was a few years ago, because you can't get much for it. I believe that Washington Irving was the first to use the expression almighty dollar, but Ben Jonson speaks of almighty gold. Am I opposed to the Prohibition Amendment? Certainly I am, but I am not strong on the theory of violation of personal liberty that I hear so much about. Liberty? What is liberty? Where can I find liberty? Everywhere I go, I am confronted with the rights of others. May I smoke, or go barefoot, or naked? Not if it interferes with your alleged rights. May you do as you please? Yes, provided you do not do that which infringes on my rights. If I choose to say that your form of worship interferes with my rights, who is to say whether it does or does not? Nobody wants to respect the liberty of others when he thinks it interferes with his own. Where can I go? What can I do? And what price must I pay to secure the right to be let alone? There is nobody since the time of Adam, except Robinson Crusoe, who enjoyed real liberty. In fact, Adam did not enjoy much liberty after Eve appeared upon the scene. Liberty is a thing of the past. We are bound hand and foot with the rights of others. Men are now absolutely dependent on one another, and we cannot expect much liberty as long as we have to respect the rights of 10,000 other men on whom we must depend for our milk, our bread, our meat, our clothes, our coal, our books, and so on. Let every man provide himself with a pair of judgment scales in which to weigh the merits and demerits of his fellows. Since the best of men have their faults and the worst of women their virtues, let us put them on the scales and judge if they are worthy. To discard a friend because he has 2 faults where he has 20 virtues is folly. No less than 3 anxious inquirers have written asking me where hell is. They will probably find out for themselves some day. Ekarusia, a cavern on the borders of Pontus in Asia Minor, was fabled to lead to hell or the infernal regions. And through this cavern Hercules was believed to have directed the 3-headed watchdog of hell, Cerberus, to the earth. There seems to be no dispute about this, and no other places have laid serious claim to the distinction except New York, Monte Carlo, Paris, and Chicago. Miss M.T.R. is respectfully informed that the famous Mary who had a little lamb was a real girl. She was a Massachusetts girl, and her lamb was one of twins, dispossessed from the pen by its cruel and unnatural mother, just as it was later dispossessed from school by the heartless teacher. A young writing master named Ralston, preparing for Harvard, was at school on that Memorial Day, and it was he who wrote the verse which rivaled those of Dante and Milton's as far as fame is concerned. The famous lamb was undoubtedly born under an unlucky star, although I have not its horoscope, for it was finally killed by the horns of an angry cow. Somebody wants to know if I believe that Fridays are unlucky. Being an American, how can I? America's Unlucky Friday. Columbus sailed from Palos on Friday, August 3rd, and discovered the New World on Friday, October 12, 1492. On Friday, June 13, 1498, he discovered the American continent. On Friday, March 5, 1497, Cabot received his papers from Henry VII. which resulted in the discovery of North America. On Friday, September 6, 1565, Mendez founded St. Augustine, the oldest town in the United States. On Friday, November 10, 1620, the Mayflower first disembarked a few immigrants at Provincetown, and on Friday, December 22nd, her passengers finally landed at Plymouth Rock. Washington was born on Friday, February 22nd, 1732. The Union of the Colonies was made on Friday, May 20, 1775. Bunker Hill was fought on Friday, June 12, 1775, and the Saratoga surrender took place on Friday, October 17, 1777, which resulted in our recognition by France. The surrender at Yorktown was on Friday, October 19, 1781, and on Friday, June 7, 1776, Richard Henry Lee read the Declaration of Independence to the Continental Congress. Let us all be very careful then not to undertake anything serious on a Friday, for we are sure to have bad luck. Those who believe in lucky or unlucky days should remember that there can be no gain without some loss and no loss without some gain. If your horse wins, someone lost. If you had good luck at cards, someone lost. If you find a purse, someone lost. If your stocks go up, someone lost. Hence, what might be a lucky day for you would be an unlucky day for someone else. Likewise, when you are praying for fair weather, the farmer is praying for rain, and in summer, when you are praying for a rainstorm, the yachtsmen and mariners are fearing it. You refer to Pythagoras. It was Pythagoras who said, "There is nothing true in this world," to which Aristotle answered, "The proposition is either true or false. If false, we are not bound to believe it, and if true, there is something true in this world, and your proposition is false." Smart Aleck is informed that I am not related to Russell Sage, nor am I made of the material from which they make a certain kind of tea that is supposed to prevent the hair from fading. You can't tell anything about names. Eugene Sue was not a lawyer. Hal Caine is the antithesis of Abel's brother. Hardy was not noted for endurance. Samuel Smiles was not over-cheerful. Howells was not at all boisterous. Longfellow was not tall. Gay was not noted for gaiety. Burns was not all that fiery. Chatterton was nothing of a chatterbox. Akenside had no such pains. Goldsmith saw but little gold and less jewelry. Roger Bacon was an astrologer and an alchemist, and while in search of the philosopher's stone, discovered gunpowder by accident. It was this, more than anything else, that made Roger famous. But when future historians come to estimate the results of his seeming great discovery, they will write it infamous. A correspondent asked me to print the most famous of limericks. Nobody can say which is the most famous, for there are several that have gone the rounds and which are repeated year after year, among which I will mention two. There once was a man with a beard who said, "'Tis just as I feared. 2 owls and a hen, 4 larks and a wren, have built their nest in my beard." In the drinking well, which the plumber built her, Aunt Eliza fell. We must buy a filter. A high school lad wants to know the maxims of the 7 wise men of Greece. Here they are. Know thy opportunity, Pittacus. Most men are bad, Bias. Know thyself, Solon. Consider the end, Elon. Avoid excess, Cleobulus. Nothing is impossible to industry, Periander. Suretyship is the precursor of ruin, Thales. That Rousseau was at times addicted to the use of unreasoned superstitions is shown in his Confessions. On that memorial day at Les Charmettes, being distressed with doubts as to the safety of his soul, he sought to determine the point by throwing a stone at a tree. Hit, sign of salvation; miss, sign of damnation. The tree being near at hand, and a large one, the result was, of course, reassuring. There is no end. If, while on this earth, we live such lives that have created personalities worthy of immortality, worthy of perpetuation, worthy of a nobler end and a wider scope than this world affords, does it not seem reasonable that these personalities should go on evolving like every other living thing? The fittest of every species always survives, never dies. All nature proclaims this law. Nothing can be destroyed. The minutest atom will exist forever. When we have, or God has, created a superior character, soul or personality that has made the best of its environment, circumstances, and possibilities, can we, by any stretch of the imagination, or by any law of nature or of evolution, say that it is probable that that soul, character, or personality shall be destroyed at the grave? The case, or body, goes back to Mother Earth, whence it came, for it is only a dwelling, but the soul must go back to the God that created it. The brain dies, but that is but a workshop. The body is soon absorbed and becomes part of nature's materials. But the intelligence, the will, the personality must leave its temporary residence and cannot die. If the soul has evolved and improved while on earth, it seems reasonable to assume that it will go on evolving and improving in some higher form of life. It is the law of growth. It is the struggle for permanency of existence. Victor Hugo said that the greatest Pelagian was Homer, the greatest Hellen, Achilles, the greatest Hebrew, Isaiah, the greatest Roman, Juvenal, the greatest Italian, Dante, and the greatest Briton, Shakespeare. Not every person will agree with V.H. If a vote were to be taken, Moses would probably get more votes than Isaiah, and either Julius Caesar or Augustus or Marcus Aurelius more than Juvenal. And if the list were extended, Franklin might be named the greatest American, Goethe the greatest German, and perhaps Hugo himself the greatest Frenchman. Was it not a mistake to build us with ears facing forward, to hear all the good that others say to our face? For if they faced aft, we might profit more by hearing the truth spoken behind our backs. GTR 16 is informed that her condoned sin was an old biograph Griffith six-reeler with these players: Blanche Sweet, Henry Walthall, Mae Marsh, Robert Heron, Lillian Gish, Dorothy Gish, and Gertrude Bambrick. It was reissued January 1917. Note that all these players are now stars, whereas when they played in this picture, probably not one of them got more than $50 a week. Thank you, the Jakes, Jolly Tar, for your interesting letter. Heave ho, my lads, heave ho, and bring you back to terra firma. Hope you will like the sage better than the answer man. Course you will. Think nothing but beautiful thoughts of beautiful things. Dream of nothing but beautiful color and tender hues. Seek for nothing but lovely tones and graceful lines. The reason that all human beings of both sexes, young and old, big and little, ignorant and learned, respect gray hairs, is that we all intuitively feel the superiority of the seasoned and matured mind. Otherwise, we should despise them as we do things that are going into decay. Not one man in 1,000 is ripe until he is 60, and until that time his opinion is not worth much. Young men for action, for fighting in all physical pursuits, but for everything else the man of middle age, which is from 50 to 70, always provided that man has lived sensibly and temperately, for not until about 50 or 60 do we really come into possession of our best faculties. Put not your faith in astrologers, dear Miss T.B. Zoroaster, Pharaoh, Nebuchadnezzar, Caesar, Crassus, Pompey, Diotharus, Nero, Julian the Apostate, and Napoleon all perished, unfortunately, yet they had been promised all things auspicious and favorable in the predictions of the astrologers. The star of empire rises in the south, soars northward, and sets in the west. From Rome to London, from London to New York, from New York to Chicago, and from Chicago to San Francisco will be the march of the power center, and the Pacific coast will lead all others in population. Egypt and Assyria were once the world powers. Then the scepter passed north and west to Rome and Greece, then to Spain and France, then to Germany, then to Great Britain, then across the Atlantic, and next it will pass across the continent. The North always conquers the South, in the long run, for the Northerners are always hardier and the Southerners more indolent, owing to nature's indulgence. 10 out of 11 people live north of the equator. The farther north they get, the harder they have to work, and hence the better they are. This little essay will suffice as an answer to Socrates, who desired to be the first correspondent to have his question answered in the first issue of Shadowland. His wish has come true, but his was not the first letter received. The Sage. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Shadowland, September 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. Shadowland, September 1919, by Various. Prescriptions by Dr. Sunbeam. In nothing do men approach so nearly to the gods as in giving health to man. By Cicero. And thus do I find myself sitting on the same whitewashed fence with the other gods. What is the most important thing in the world? Drummond said that the greatest thing in the world was love, but I don't agree with him. What good is money, love, influence, popularity, books, art, music, land, and estates, yea, a kingdom without health? Yes, indeed. Health is the most important thing in the world. If it is health, how much do you know about it? Horace Fletcher made some bad mistakes, one of which sent him to a premature grave, but nevertheless, he said some very wise things. Among them, the following: were I an iron and steel automobile instead of a flesh and blood automobile, which I am, could I get a license for myself as a chauffeur to run myself with safety based upon my knowledge of my own mechanism and theory and development of my power? If you are in good health, you will probably pass this paragraph and think no more of it. But someday you will find yourself on the sick list, and then you will wish that you had obtained a license to run your machine intelligently. So halt, brother, and read this sign. Don't exceed the speed limit. If you do, you will be arrested, and then the doctors will take you in charge. I don't know whether you would rather be in the hands of the doctors or of the sheriff and jailers. If in the latter, I would stand a fair chance of getting out. If the former, the Lord knows whether I would get out at all. At all. There are doctors and doctors. No two were ever known to agree upon the same thing. I can quote eminent authorities on both sides of any question. I can prove that milk is the best food possible and that it is the worst food possible. I can prove that 2 meals a day is the best kind of life insurance, and I can prove that 2 meals a day is signing one's death warrant. I can prove that exercise is excellent, and I can prove that it is fatal, and so on and so on. There is really only one doctor in the world, and his name is Dr. Nature. All other physicians are simply assistants to Dr. Nature. Every wise doctor will tell you, when you are laid up with typhoid or some other disease, that he can't cure you, that the disease must run its course, and all he can do is keep you comfortable and prevent infection. If you cut your finger, everybody knows that Dr. Nature will heal it for you if you give him a chance. From your own human medicine chest, He will send down to the spot just the right chemicals to heal the wound. All you have to do is keep all foreign substances from the wound so that Dr. Nature can do his work unmolested. A little peroxide or something of that sort, simply to keep Dr. Nature's enemies off. It has nothing to do with the healing. Nearly every day, someone asks me how to get thin or how to get fat. In fact, among several hundred acquaintances, I do not recall one who is perfectly satisfied with his or her weight. Books and books and books have been written on this subject, and yet the public seems to be uninformed. After all, it is a simple subject and very easy to understand. Some foods turn into fat, and others do not. Which do and which do not is pretty generally known. Every person burns up so much fat every day. Active persons use up a great deal, and inactive persons use up very little. Every time you snap your fingers, you burn up tissue. If you chop wood all day, you will burn up a lot. If you do nothing but read the papers, walk around the block, talk to your friends, eat and sleep, you will not burn up very much. And if at the same time you eat large quantities of fat-producing foods, you are pretty sure to gain weight. While it is true that some persons are born to be thin and some are born to be fat, it is equally true that any person will gain or lose weight according to their activities and diet. It is merely a question of how much cargo you take aboard the ship and how much you unload per day. If you should sit in your chair all day reading a novel without taking a mouthful of food or drink, you would find yourself much lighter at night than you were in the morning. Even if you don't perspire perceptibly, you are losing weight all the time through your breath, through your eyes, through your pores, etc. It is simply a matter of arithmetic. If you take on board every day 2 pounds of cargo and only unload 1 pound, you are bound to gain 1 pound a day. And that is as plain as A, B, C, unless you are D, E, F. Overeating is and always has been the greatest friend of the physician, for we all eat too much, and the surplus over necessity forms a poison which has to be eliminated through boils, pimples, colds, and other diseases. But since eating is such a pleasant amusement, and since we should make sure that the brain and other organs have sufficient variety from which to select their nourishment, let us eat, drink, and be merry, and then burn up the unused surplus by plenty of vigorous exercise. Disease, pain, and trouble are due to ignorance. Knowledge cures all. The only difficulty is in getting the right kind of knowledge. There are 725 million air cells in the lungs, which, if spread out, would cover 290,000 square inches. In 24 hours, 8 tons of blood passes through your lungs to relieve itself of carbon dioxide and to take in oxygen. There are about 2,000 miles of tubing for your blood to circulate through, and a drop of blood travels about 168 miles per day. To produce good health, you require 2 pounds of oxygen for every pound of food in your blood, and to get this oxygen, you must breathe deeply and breathe pure air. 9/10 of us use only about 1/2 of the 290,000 square inches of lung area, and therefore the other 1/10 have twice as good health as we have. To open the windows and doors and to get out in the open is good, but that is only half the medicine. To fill your lungs is the proper dose. To be fat is a misfortune and a disease. In many cases, a crime. Tom Reid, who came and went before Taft and who was no Lilliputian himself, declared no gentleman ever weighed over 200 pounds. Yet those who are thin yearn to be fat, just as those who are fat yearn to be thin. We are never satisfied, always reaching for that which is just beyond our grasp. Overeating and under-elimination are disease's best friends. The big eater must pedestrianize extensively after each meal, drink half a gallon of water daily, and fill up frequently with ozone. Burn it up. That is the thing to do. End of section 20. Prescriptions by Dr. Sunbeam.
Section 21 of Shadowland, September 1919. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Film Fantasy by the Drifter, read by Larry Wilson. What is the fantasy, wistfully fair, haunting me daily, murmuring at night? Shadowland reveries, twilight-hued, vague, elusively, gloamingly bright. What is the strain of a half-finished song, throbbing with mystery, lilting and low? Summons, dismissal, bewilderingly fused, notes of a bitter-sweet woe. It trembles like poisoned moon radiance, and gleams in each rose-clad spirit of dawn. It may be the soul of a dream that is dead, or love that will never be born. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Shadowland, September 1919. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Unforgivable, read by Stunning. She has betrayed me. She was my best friend. I trusted her with everything I had, my confidences, my secrets. I even gave her the name of my dressmaker. I invited her into my house. I entertained her at my table. I was glad, yes, glad, when I saw that my husband admired her. And she has betrayed me. I never suspected, though she must have practiced her perfidious wiles under my very eyes, laughing at me. No doubt for a blind fool. She was my friend, and I trusted her. And now, bereft, betrayed, my home a ruined thing. What is left for me? The divorce court, you say? No, you do not understand. It was not my husband she stole from me. It is much more serious than that. One can get other husbands. But I shall never be able to find such a good cook again. Men dying make their wills, but wives escape a work so sad. Why should they make what all their lives the gentle dames have had? End of section 22.
Section 23 of Shadowland, September 1919. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Shadowland. Voices hushed, translucent lights, and music's sobbing strain. Faces stripped of world-hewn masks, a fleeting glory gain. Upon the screen the old theme of love's immortal reign. Shades of dusk, moon's magic spell, the thrill night's charms inspire. A silhouette of man and maid, enthralled by heart's desire. A shadow realm where youth and love and stuff o' dreams conspire. The flash of time, the spreading dawn, the golden moments fleet, the crucial hour of sorrow's tryst, the parting bitter sweet, and then the end triumphant when hearts long severed meet. The picture o'er, light's dazzling gleam, loud music burst from thong, a medley of discordant notes from surge of passing throng. Impassive masks don to conceal dreams memory dares prolong. Via Macbeth Jones. End of section 23. Read by Alan Mapstone. Section 24 of Shadowland, September 1919. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Shadow Song. Only a memory fading away, as vaguely sweet as a flower pressed, or the perfumed thought of the time I dreamed you lay against my breast. Only a memory giving again the breaths of the roses that died last June, a fleeting smile at the death a day for that slender folly beneath the moon. A shadow, light as a bubble blown, I piece it together bit by bit, frail as a wild wind flower. O love, my heart is breaking because of it. The Dreamer. End of section 24. Read by Alan Mapstone. End of Shadowland, September 1919, by Various.